In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan.
The session is now called to order. please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walamit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga ating magmamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Before we continue with the invocation, let us honor and remember our dear colleague, Congressman Edsel Lagman. At this time, may I ask everyone to observe a moment of silence in honor of Congressman Edsel Lagman. The invocation will be led by Representative Cindy Chan of the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord God Almighty, we humbly bow our heads in prayer as we ponder on Isaiah chapter 41, verse 10, which declares, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." We thank you, Lord, for strengthening and upholding us, for allowing us as our people's servants to craft laws for their benefit. We give our utmost thanks for always seeing us through, for using us as members of the 19th Congress in uplifting the lives of our people, and for enabling our institution to effectively fulfill its mandate. All of these in spite of the many challenges that we had and continue to face: natural disasters, calamities, threats and uncertainties, and political noise. Before we adjourn and join the nation in preparing for the upcoming elections, we pray that you continue to guide us, lead us, and keep us all safe. We pray that you shower your grace upon us and our people. Give us all your gift of wisdom so that we may be guided in discerning who to elect as our leaders. We pray for secure and peaceful elections where no life will be lost or harmed due to another's selfish political ambitions, and where no voter will be threatened, intimidated, or coerced to vote against his will. And finally, grant all candidates grace in accepting defeat and humility in accepting victory. Loving Father, we also pray that you shine your light upon our departed colleague, Honorable Edsel Lagman, and bring comfort and peace to us all who are mourning his passing, most especially his family and constituents. Through it all, Lord, sustain our unwavering faith in you. Grant that we may continue praising and glorifying you now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much. Mayong hapon. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call the roll of the members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members, honorable representatives. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Joliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagook, Delipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Cortez, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Oamenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Chutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
With 193 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of journal of the previous session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 11369, an act removing the excise tax on fuel, amending for the Purpose Republic Act Number 10963, otherwise known as the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion or TRAIN Law, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Romualdez Yadamari, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Resolutions. House Resolution 2208, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of veteran actress and movie icon Gloria Romero, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2209, honoring and commending Honorato and Consejo Espinoza for their contributions to cultural and food tourism through the establishment of Tatoy's as a culinary icon of Iloilo City and the Philippines, by Representative Baronda.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 2210, urging the Committee on Transportation to conduct an investigation on the adverse effects to the commuting public of the proposed LRT1 fare increase based on the concession agreement between the DOTR Light Rail Transit Authority and the Light Rail Manila Corporation, by Representatives Rosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2211, expressing our profound sympathy and sincerest condolences to the family of the late Albay 1st District Congressman Edsel C. Lagman Sr., who joined his creator on January 30, 2025, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2212, expressing the heartfelt condolences of the House to the family of the late Honorable Edsel Castelar Lagman Sr., former House Minority Leader and representative of the 1st District of Albay, and commemorating his exemplary life and legacy of service to the nation, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2213, urging the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs to conduct an investigation on the erroneous repatriation of the remains of overseas Filipino worker Jenny Sanchez Alvarado from Kuwait to the Philippines, by Representatives Brosas, Manuel, and Castro, France.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2214, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable Edsel C. Lagman, representative of the 1st Legislative District of Albay, during the 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th, and 19th Congresses, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 4-1, granting authorization to Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III to accept the badge for cooperation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated January 28, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on January 27, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Villanueva, Ejercito, Pia, Cayetano, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2865 and House Bill 9277 on the proposed amendments to the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated January 28, 2025, informing the House that on January 27, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Alan Peter Cayetano, Tolentino, Villanueva, Zubiri, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2825 and House Bill 10730 on the proposed modernization of the PhilVox.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated January 28, 2025, informing the House that on January 27, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2878 and House Bill 11199 on the proposed Economy, Planning, and Development Act.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated January 28, 2025, informing the House that on January 27, 2025, the Senate adopted Senate Joint Resolution 3, urging the NTC to issue provisional authority license to Starlink Internet Services Philippines, Inc., in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letter dated October 10, 2024 of the DAP President and Chief Executive Officer, sharing with the House of Representatives copies of their 2023 annual report.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Letter dated November 8, 2024 of the Chairperson and CEO, National Youth Commission, Office of the President of the Philippines, informing the House that the Budget and Financial Accountability Reports and the SK Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances as of the quarter ending September 30, 2024 have been uploaded to the agency's Transparency Seal on its website on November 4, 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memoranda dated November 29 and December 17, 2024 of the Secretary, Presidential Advisor on Legislative Affairs, OPAPRU, providing the House with copies of their accomplishment reports for the months of October and November 2024.
To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity.
Letter dated December 12, 2024 of the BSP Governor, submitting to the House a copy of their report on economic and financial developments in the Philippines for the third quarter of 2024.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated December 16, 2024 of the Department of Energy Secretary, providing the House with copies of their Philippine Energy Plan 2023 to 2050.
To the Committee on Energy.
Letter dated December 26, 2024 of the DBB President and CEO, sharing with the House a copy of their 2023 Annual and Sustainability Report.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated January 2, 2025 of the COA Chairperson, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the years ending December 31, 2020 and December 31, 2021 on certain government corporations.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated January 6, 2025 of the Commissioner, Bureau of Immigration, Department of Justice, submitting to the House a copy of their fourth quarter collection report of the express lane fee for FY 2024, which was posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 7, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, submitting to the House copies of certain reports as of December 31, 2024, and informing that the aforementioned reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on January 7, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated January 8, 2025 of the Officer in Charge, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, submitting to the House a copy of the Operational Accomplishment and Assessment Report for November 2024.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated January 8, 2025 of the Director, UPLB Office of Public Relations, sharing with the House a copy of their Accomplishment Report for 2020 to 2023.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 1382, 1387, 1388, 1389, 1390, and 1391, submitted by the Committees on Transportation and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11374, 10485, 10138, 9923, 11380, 11381, respectively. Committee Report 1383, submitted by the Committees on Climate Change, Appropriations and Ways and Means on House Bill 11375. Committee Report 1384, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment on House Bill 11376. Committee Report numbers 1385 and 1386, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11377 and 11379, respectively. Committee Report numbers 1392 and 1393, submitted by the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11382 and 11384, respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of House Bill 10466 and Senate number 2863, adjusting the monthly pension benefits of the retirees of Department of Foreign Affairs. Representative Maria Rachel Arenas, Representative Emigdio Tancuanco, Representative Jose Manuel Alba, Representative Rosana Vergara, Representative Munir Arbison, Representative Loreto Acharon, and Representative Marcelino Libanan.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guests of Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, namely the students of the National College of Public Administration and Governance of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, under the Public Policy and Program Administration class of Deputy Secretary General Sophonias Gamonana Jr. These are Earl John Arcos, Robin Candice Cabunyag, Alessandra Noreen Canlas, Mary Cayenne Canio, Angela Cisnero, Gail Enyafa Dancel, Carl Angelo de Guzman, John Emmanuel de la Cruz, Julius de la Cruz, Patricia Nicole de la Peña, Rexter Ryan de Mata, Tricia Lay de Tablan, Sofia Danielle Dulin, Maria Samantha Aisma, Timothy Frederick Ross, Esguerra, Arwen Lacambini Gaspi, Hans Gonzaga, Noreen Hernandez, Anne Gabrielle Labog, Lara Angeline Lapie, Luis Antonio Ledesma, John Lee Ligon, Alisa Lourdes Lim, Corkina Angel Lozada, Helene Magno, Maria Rosalie Natial, Joaquin Benedict Panganiban, Justin David Zeus, Paulo Samantha Nicole Kigao, Tristan Roque, and Vincent Villanueva.
To the guests of our Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the students of the National College of Public Administration and Governance from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we also would like to recognize the guests of Honorable Lolita Karen Tanyala Javier, namely Aurora Javier and Martha Uyeda.
To the guest of Representative Karen Javier, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guests of Representative Jason P. Almonte of the 1st District of Misamis Occidental, namely the visitors from the OCIGEA or Oroquieta City, 1st District Misamis Occidental, Salmi R. Abuhon, Isagani M. Tilio, Diolet, Marian Dayadula, Gay Mondoy, Nenita Koning, Alan Pude, Rab Osric, Ishmael Bation, Wilma Jumawan, Gerald Luigi Brian Lamparas, Christlen Malalis, Grace Estabas Gilbert Roa, Grace Cecilia Guerra, Alvin Merced, Vanessa Roa, Zimir Roa, Bless Boyle Kimno, and Love Joby Lochi Kimno.
To the guests of our Honorable Jason Almonte from the Oroquieta City, 1st District, Misamis Occidental, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd also like to recognize the guests of Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez from the Philippine Society for Public Administration, Dr. Ederson Tapia, the President of PSPA, Dr. Mitchville Rivera, Dr. Christopher Berced, Dr. Alex Brillantes Jr., Dr. Lizan Perante Calina, Dr. Gary Ador Dionisio, Dr. Elmer Soriano, Dr. Sanjay Claudio, Dr. Enrico Basilio, Dr. Maria Faina Diola, Dr. Reginald Ugadan, Professor Charlie Cabotaje, Dr. Sonia Fontanilla Pimentel, Dr. Victoria Valenzuela, Professor Marcel Carag Fernandez, Dr. Nadania Toralba, Ms. Ina Charis Comia, Ms. Celine Grace Abelia, Ms. Andrea Francesca Camago, Attorney Lyndon David, Mr. Brian Jove, Ms. Giselle Luis Lapid, Ms. Thea Panares, Mr. Angelito Aurelio, Ms. Edith Miranda, Dr. Reen Tabahen, Professor Felizardo Plana, Ms. Camille Navarro, Professor Pio Hagurin, Professor Pompeo Adamas II, Mr. Joe Dan Darong, Mr. Jean Reddy Briones, Mr. Manny Santos, Dr. Jessica Noel Estrada, Mr. Sherwood Paigmane, Ms. Phoebe Lee Pineda, Ms. Faith de la Vega, Ms. Tricia Marie Sardenia, Mr. Gio Baina, and Ms. Catherine Edem.
To the guests of our Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez from the Philippine Society for Public Administration, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the guests of the Honorable Jervil Jinky Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas, namely Tao Gama Phi, Triskelion Ronald Aguzar, Jeffrey Cacho, Buddy Gubi, Jemar Maulion, Basil Hernandez, J. Rico Cosluela, Archie Hernandez, Kelly Villafuente, Godo Miranan, Darius Guarte, Arthur Reyes, Derek Lasala, Joseph Hernandez, and from the Batangas, Varsitarian, Norvir Villanueva, Chito Ligaya, Nico Magsombol, Jerome Mendoza, Tech Cornejo, Mark Anthony Cornejo, Herbert Cabello, Jerwin Lacanias, Reynard Declaro, Edwin Jokno, Ryan Capares, Warren Awatin, Larry Mirano, Ronald Mangubat, and District Staff Rona Aceremo, Ronel Mendoza, Saidi Aranda. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the guests of Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza, namely Henry Adamos, Jason Amoslo, Rosario Aragon Jr., Paul Salvador Arcilia, Raymond Leo Arellano, Glenda Ariate, Arnold Asilio, Orlando Asilio, Charlie Austria, Jose Bonita Jr., Jean-Marie Kalubakib, Louis Corral, Maria Celia de los Reyes, Arnulfo Dinapo, Ami Divina Gracia, Seidel Durias, Laya Ferrer, Ayan Gulapo, David Matthew Gopilan, Carlito Lafornina, Ricardo Lapastera Jr., Marcelino Lapinid III, Rollis Chester Lorenzo, Bailinang Mama, Daniel Rose Manialak, Democrito John Christian Mendoza III, Michael Democrito Mendoza, Miguel Ramon Quito Mendoza, Eduardo Panilaga, Marilyn Persiano, Aida Punzalan, Aldren Rimpos, Miguel Rodriguez, Nanita Sagario, Cecilio Seno III, Gerard Seno, Maria Teresa Carolina Seno, Marlon Sorbano, Justin Suryaga, Jasmine Talan, Marlon Tindogan, Eleanor Tindugan, Agnes Torres, Rosalito Vega, Geraldine Villanueva, Mark Christian Villenia, Shirley Yorong, Revi Arcayan, Angelito Bolso, Fernando Castro, Jen Dailisan, Bernard Escueta, Erica Jean Gayo, Generic Humphrey Morales, Alan J. Napomuceno, Camille Rose Pajarillo, Phil Russell Palomo, Patrick Christian Stevens, John Mark Valero, Ayan Angeles, Reynante Arellano, Filomeno Balmes, Raquel Clavilas, Armin Ireneo, Edita Jalerina, Jennifer Lamadrid, Jesse James Manzelano, Benjamin Jr. Panopio, Alan Pellegrino, Marlon Petronio, Reynaldo Reyes, Rolante Santos, Cecilio Seno, Mervic Suva, August Tribunal, Edwin Bostillos, Kay Fortunado, Menandro Nedic, Mark Angelo Tolentino, Catherine Villon, Antonio Gracia, Ezra Marie Opeña, Lolin Paglinawan, Lino Gomez. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of our Deputy Speaker, Attorney Raymond Democrito Mendoza from the Associated Labor Unions, Associated Philippine Seafarers Unions, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I also request that we acknowledge the guests of the Congressman of the 1st Congressional District of the Province of Oriental Mindoro, the Honorable Representative Arnan C. Panaligan. They are the members of the Sangguniang Kabataan of Calapan City, Oriental Mindoro, led by SK Federation President Deo P. Lopez. They are John Nathaniel Alegria, John Leonard Viesca, Dayan De Castro, Romelin Quadrasal, Diana Marie Celis, Ashby Jem Orpiana, Liza Yvette Asi, Charmaine Aklan, Carl Kenneth Panganiban, Carlos Miguel Magaling, Mark Peter Romero, Carl Ivan Siscar, King Paulo Bukid, Max Robert Dagle, John Christian Quiñones, Maureen S. Alfante, Angelica Mendoza, Carl J. Bin Fernandez, Maylene Joy Barcelona, John Ezekiel Abu, Sheila Marasigan, Eunice Ann Masongsong, Caitlin Villasanta, Rod Adrian Balmes, Arvin Nicolai Goda, Jericho Ogang, Joko Garciliano, Mark Anthony Arcos, Marian Magbanua, Maria Aiza Agleron, John Cedric De Torres, Emmanuel Calica, Aaron Brian Alcala, Vien Nina Lucel Rago, Arian Jean Mataya, John Clance Compleza, Peter Justin Masongsong, Kim Alaras, Mary Kay Corables, McGrady Mendoza, Marvin Inco, McClint Macapuno, Jonel Pedrosa, Judel Cepillo, Leslie May Mendoza, Errol James Henteroy, and Pauline Humig.
To the guests of our Honorable Representative Arnan Panaligan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair declares a privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Tingog Party List, Representative Jude Asidri, to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Jude Asidre is recognized. Please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, mga kababayan, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Today, in observance of Public Administration Week, I rise to emphasize the critical role of public administration in nation building and to pay tribute to the dedicated men and women of our civil service. These individuals work tirelessly behind the scenes, ensuring that government functions smoothly, policies are implemented effectively, and public services reach the people who need them most. Public administration is not just about government processes and bureaucracy. It is about service. It is about ensuring that the wheels of governance move efficiently and that every Filipino, regardless of status or location, can access the programs and services designed to improve their lives. It is about making government more than just an institution. It's about making it a force for positive change, a partner in every citizen's journey towards a better future. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, public administration is a lifeline of governance. It is a system that transforms policies into action and vision to reality. It ensures that government services from healthcare to education, infrastructure to social welfare are effectively delivered to the people. Imagine a society without public administration. Roads would not be built, schools would not function, healthcare services would be in disarray, and social services would be inaccessible. Public administration is what keeps the government running. It is the bridge between policies and people, between governance and grassroots realities. More than just executing policies, public administration is about creating impact. It is about addressing the real needs of Filipinos, especially those in the margins of society. It's about making government work for the people, not against them. It is about ensuring that no one is left behind and that every government initiative is inclusive, effective, and responsive to the needs of its citizens. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, the foundation of public administration in the Philippines can be traced back to our colonial past, where administrative systems were introduced to manage governance effectively. But the real turning point came with the establishment of the Institute of Public Administration at the University of the Philippines on June 15, 1952. This was the first of its kind in Asia, signifying our country's commitment to professionalizing public service. This institution, now known as the UP National College of Public Administration and Governance, or NCPAG, has since produced some of the most competent, ethical, and visionary public servants in our history. Another milestone was in 1973, when former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. established the Development Academy of the Philippines through Presidential Decree Number 205. DAP was envisioned as a center for excellence in governance, fostering innovation and professional development in public administration. Today, DAP continues to play a pivotal role in improving governance systems and strengthening the capacities of our government institution. More recently, we have seen legislative efforts that aim to enhance the efficiency of governance. Our colleague, the Honorable Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, has been instrumental in pushing for reforms in public administration by authoring a resolution advocating for the establishment of the Institute for Legislation and Legislative Governance, which seeks to enhance the knowledge and skills of our legislative staff. Strengthening institutions like this ensures that our lawmakers and their teams are equipped with the right tools and expertise to craft policies that truly serve the people. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, at the core of public administration are the people who run it, our civil servants. They are the teachers who mold young minds, the healthcare workers who provide life-saving care, the police and personnel who ensure our security, the local government employees who implement programs, and the countless others who work behind the scenes to keep our government functional. They are the unsung heroes who keep our society running. Without them, government programs would remain ideas on paper. Without their dedication, our policies would never reach the communities that need them. Yet despite their indispensable role, civil servants often work under challenging conditions. Many are overworked and underpaid. Some are posted in remote areas with little support. Others face bureaucratic challenges that make their jobs even more difficult. And yet, they serve. They continue their work not for personal gain, but for love of service. They wake up every day ready to serve the people, often sacrificing their own comfort for the greater good. During the pandemic, we saw firsthand how civil servants went beyond the call of duty. Healthcare workers braved the front lines. Social workers ensured that aid reached every family in need. Teachers adapted to online learning to keep education alive. And local government personnel worked tirelessly to implement health protocols and distribute relief. This is the spirit of public service. This is the spirit of public administration. This is the dedication we must recognize and honor. Recognizing the hard work and sacrifices of our public administrators and civil servants is not just a symbolic act. It is a responsibility. It is our way of showing appreciation for the work they do and reinforcing the value of good governance in our country. To institutionalize this recognition, it is only fitting that we officially commemorate Public Administration Week every second week of June. This observance will serve as an opportunity to, first, recognize outstanding civil servants who have gone beyond and above their service to the nation. Second, promote continuous learning and professional growth by encouraging skills development, leadership training, and innovation in governance. Third, inspire the next generation of public servants to embrace the call of public service with integrity, dedication, and excellence. But beyond a week of celebration, let this be a reminder of our collective responsibility to support and empower those who serve. Public administration is not just the government's concern, it is everyone's. As citizens, we must engage, participate, and hold our institutions accountable, ensuring that our governance systems truly serve the people. Strengthening public administration requires not only government action, but also academic and institutional support. One of the most instrumental organizations in this regard is the Philippine Society for Public Administration, whom we are honored to be with us this afternoon. For decades, the PSPA has been at the forefront of advancing the study and practice of public administration in the country. Through research, training, and public advocacy, the PSPA has helped shape governance reforms, develop future leaders, and promote best practices in government service. In this light, it is with great pride that we also recognize one of our own in the House of Representatives, Deputy Secretary General Sophonias Gabunada, who has been recently elected as a member of the Board of Trustees of the PSPA. His election is a testament to the caliber of public servants we have in the legislature. Individuals dedicated not only to their immediate responsibilities, but also to the broader mission of improving public service in our country. His leadership in the PSPA will surely contribute to further enhancing the praxis of public administration, ensuring that governance remains both theoretical and practical, aspirational, and actionable. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleague, as I mentioned earlier, public administration is not just about systems and processes. It is about people. It is about the dedicated individuals who wake up every day ready to serve their fellow Filipinos. It is ensuring that government is not just functional but efficient, ethical, and truly people-centered. As we reflect on the significance of public administration, let us commit to strengthening it. Let us support our civil servants, recognize their invaluable contributions, and work towards a government that is responsive, transparent, and truly dedicated to the welfare of every Filipino. To our civil servants and public administration practitioners, you are the lifeblood of governance. Your work may not always be recognized, but it is always appreciated. Your sacrifices may not always be seen, but they are always felt. Because of you, government functions. Because of you, lives are changed. Because of you, the nation moves forward. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang ating mga lingkod bayan.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Jude Asedri to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Jude Asedri is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Maria Victoria Copilar for her privileged speech.
Representative Maria Victoria Copilar is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker, colleague guest. Today, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to share and talk about an issue that, if left unchecked, it will yield catastrophic effect to our economy and society. An impending housing bubble in the face of condo oversupply in Metro Manila area. Before going to my main topic, I want to underscore and remind us all of the ongoing housing crisis in the Philippines. At the end of 2024, we have a housing backlog of 6.5 million homes. If this is left unchecked, this is expected to rise to 22.0 million by 2040, a staggering 6,300% increase. Behind this number lie millions of families enduring substandard living conditions in shelters that can hardly be called home. Marami pa rin ang informal settlers at marami pa rin walang masilungan tuwing umuulan. At marami sa ating middle class at lower class o lower middle class ay nanatiling nangungupahan at walang matawag na sariling tahanan. This dire housing situation poses a serious threat to the nation's security and stability, which can only exacerbate the divide between the underprivileged homeless and the affluent homeowners. Because of this, I thank this honorable body for giving me the opportunity to talk about this issue, which is described as a ticking time bomb because neglecting the housing crisis and shortage could lead to widespread homelessness. Accentuating further the social inequality and yielding broader economic implications, affecting employment, consumer spending, and economic growth. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me share the concept of housing bubble. Ang housing bubble ay isang sitwasyon sa real estate market kung saan ang presyo ng pabahay ay mabilis na tumataas hanggang hindi na kayang i-sustain based sa established economic fundamentals tulad ng antas ng kita, rental properties, at paglago ng ekonomiya. Ang mabilis na pagtaas ng presyo ay kadalasang dulot ng speculative demand, easy access sa kredito, at irrational market behavior sa halip na tunay na pagtaas ng demand o value ng pabahay. Mr. Speaker, hindi po biro ang housing bubble. Sa katunayan, ito po ay isa sa naging sanhi ng 2008 global financial crisis na naumpisahan sa Estados Unidos. Nagkaroon ng mabilis na pagtaas ng presyo ng housing and real estate noong 2000 na nagresulta sa speculative buying at pagtaas ng home ownership. Eventually, this led to global recession, bank failures, loss of people's job, homes, and saving as foreclosure rate in the US spiked dramatically. To clarify, it is not the fact of home ownership that is harmful. In fact, pangarap po ng representasyon na ito na mabigyan ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino ng kanilang sariling tahanan. Last October 2024, Lichu Property Consultant or LPC released a report that there is an oversupply of 67,600 condominium units across 510 active selling buildings in Metro Manila, the highest since the COVID-19 pandemic. The report shows that there is a high inventory in the city of Pasig, Pasay, Manila, Caloocan, and Quezon City. Specifically in Quezon City is 18,500 units, Ortigas, 13,500 units, Bay Area, 10,500 units, Manila, 8,500 units, Alabang, 5,800 units, Makati, 3,400 units, BGC, 1,300 units. What does this entail? At this point, we are housing oversupply paradox. Normally, a typically supply-demand framework, an oversupply would lead to falling prices. However, in real estate sector, developers and sellers hesitate in lowering prices due to various factors, such as high construction costs, financing expenses, or the desire to protect their investment, as well as high interest rate. As a result, there is a significant excess of inventories that remain in market. Mr. Speaker, this representation rises with the concern that if this oversupply is not addressed, we may see signs of a housing bubble, such as speculative buying of investors, where they purchase properties expecting their prices to continue rising rapidly, a potential market crash in the worst-case scenario. 2019 pa lang ay meron na tayong pangamba na maaring magkaroon ng housing bubble. Napawi ang pangambang ito dahil mataas naman ang demand. Ngayong 2024, post-COVID-19 pandemic, kasalukuyan nating naranasan ang pinakamataas na antas ng oversupply ng mga condominium units sa Metro Manila. Paano nga ba nagsisimula ang housing bubble? Ayon sa Colliers International Philippines, isang international investment management firm, ang housing bubble ay typical characterized by a series of events starting with the dramatic rise in prices driven by a strong demand, speculation. Dahil sa mataas na demand na ito, mas lalong tumataas ang value ng primary market prices. Halimbawa na lang, ang pinakamahal na condominium sa Metro Manila ay nasa 400,000 pesos per square meter. Next, Collier added is that the strong demand will then exceed the pace of supply completion. Developers will attempt to chase the demand and start to build more units. Speculators will then enter the market further, driving demand for more houses, in this case, condominiums. At certain point, however, demand slowdowns while supply continue to increase. This then results in a drastic drop in prices, leading to a bubble burst. Therefore, our question now is, Metro Manila real estate market heading towards this spot? Maari o maari hindi pa. Dahil ang umiiral ngayon ay bagamat mataas na supply at mababang demand ng condominium units sa bansa, ay nagagawa na naman ito ng paraan ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na manatili ang equilibrium upang maging stable ang presyo ng kondo sa pamamagitan ng pagkontrol sa interest rates. In a press release by Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas in December last year, it was reported that Monetary Board decided to reduce the BSP target reverse repurchase rate by 25 basis points to 5.75%. This means that there will be lower borrowing costs at the rate cut reduce the cost of borrowing from businesses and consumers to encourage investment and consumption. In the housing market, reducing the purchase rate, reduce in mortgage rate, house loan, personal loans becoming more affordable, boosting household spending. As a result of the condominium oversupply, it is expected that the rate cut will encourage investors and buyers. However, this is beneficial in the short term. There may be a long-term effect that correlates to housing bubble. Kung mas maraming investors na hindi typical home buyers ang kukuha ng condo units, developer may think that this is an increase in demand, when in reality, it is not. They may continue to build more condominiums, thereby further increasing the supply. As a result, this may result to speculative buying, one of the key indicators of housing bubble. Therefore, let me humbly propose a proactive and preventive measures that rather than temporary solution. Number 1, implementing housing interest cap or regulation to address issues of excessive housing prices, affordability concern, or overheated real estate market. In economics, there is a direct relationship between interest rate and housing costs. When the interest rates are higher, housing costs are likewise more expensive. When the interest rates are lower, housing costs becomes more affordable. The increase of interest rates slow down the demand for housing, which then results in drop in home prices. Therefore, the relationship of housing costs and housing demand is generally indirect, such that when the housing cost is higher, demand is lower, and when the housing cost is lower, demand is higher. By implementing housing interest cap or regulation to address of excessive housing prices, affordability concern, or overheated real estate market, borrowers of housing loans are protected from large rate increases, thereby regulating home prices. The imposition of housing interest rate cap or regulation stimulates market stability by ensuring the market reflects genuine demand rather than speculative pressures. Hindi po bago ang konsepto ng housing interest rate cap o regulation, maging sa bansang Canada at USA pinapatupad ito. Moreover, we can create more affordable housing options to provide more access to marginalized family in order to reduce wealth gaps and inequality. This measure is a reflection of one of the fundamental principles of our Constitution, which is social justice under Article 13, Section 1, which states, the Congress shall give highest priority to the enactment of measures that protect and enhance the right of all the people to human dignity, reduce social economics, political inequalities, remove cultural inequalities by equitable diffusing wealth and political power of the common good. This is the end. The state shall create the acquisition, ownership, use, and disposition of property and its increments. Number 2, imposing vacancy tax to deter developers and long-term investors from speculative investment. A vacancy tax aims to impose a financial penalty on property developers who keep residential property vacant for extended period because these developers choose to hold on to the properties rather than lower their prices in face of existence of high supply yet low demand framework. This leads to a paradoxical situation that I have stated earlier. Therefore, a solution, this representation believes that vacancy tax deters speculative investment as well as encourages property utilization insofar as imposing taxes on vacant properties. We can encourage this developer to sell them because a vacancy tax makes a speculative investment less profitable. But more importantly, by incentivizing property developers to sell vacant units, a vacant tax can help address housing shortages in the country, at least for now, in Metro Manila, by increasing the availability supply of homes, and thereby helping ease affordability problem in the home buying markets for Filipinos and their families. Number 3, a call for the Senate to pass the Balanced Housing Bill. To recall, Mr. Speaker, this body passed House Bill number 10772, to which this representation is a principal author thereof, amending Section 10, 18, and 20 of Republic Act number 7279 or the Urban Development Housing Act 1992 as amended RA number 108884. As this representation, along with the co-authors, expressed during the deliberation of this measure, both in committee and plenary level, housing is an essential component of human well-being, a necessity that provides not only physical shelter, but also a sense of security, stability, and community. A sentiment that is August body adopted when we passed the same on the third and final reading. Since September 12, 2024, the ball has been passed to the higher chamber, and so this humble representation on behalf of the House of Representatives respectfully calls for swift and timely appropriate Senate action on the Balanced Housing Bill so we can move closer to ensuring that every Filipino has access to decent and affordable home. Number 4, in relation, I also propose for the strengthening of government housing program. Housing is not simply a matter of shelter. It is a fundamental human right and a pillar of dignified life. Kung kaya nararapat lamang na bigyan pansin ito ng gobyerno. We enhance and strengthen our government housing initiatives, efforts that will not only focus on the construction of physical home, but also on providing comprehensive support for our fellow citizens. The Pambansang Babahay para sa Pilipino program, or 4PH, is a bold housing program initiated by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at the start of his term. This initiative is designed to provide affordable and decent housing to Filipino people, particularly those in the low and middle income sector. In connection with the current condo oversupply, Mr. Speaker, the 4PH program is an initiative that welcomes the participation of private sectors. Thus, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage private developers to invest in public housing. While there is a stagnation of housing demand from mid-market to high-end market, it is very clear that the lower housing market is severely lacking investment. Marami po sa ating middle class at lower middle class ang walang sariling bahay. Sila po ang ating manggagawa sa pribadong sektor, maliit na negosyante, at maging mga empleyado ng gobyerno. Sila po ay mga miyembro ng pag-ibig. Sa pamamagitan ng pag-ibig o housing development mortgage finance, ay magagarantya ang tiyak na pagbabayad ng mortgage sila sa mga proyektong pabahay. Nitong nakaraang taon din lang, ay inaprobahan din ng Pangulo ang sovereign guarantee para sa proyektong pabahay sa ilalim ng 4PH. Sa pamamagitan ng sovereign guarantee, binibigyan ng kapadadakan ng gobyerno ang mga investor by guaranteeing that debt repayment will be fulfilled without fail. This is a positive development. I cannot stress more why we need public housing, and private sector participation is the key towards achieving this goal. Finally, to implement market transparency and data collection measure. No less than the Philippine Constitution guarantee the right of the people to information on matters of public concern. To this end, the government and any branches of instrumentality are mandated to be open and transparent. By implementing data collection measure, the DSUD, private investor, policymaker, and general public can better understand where affordable housing is needed most. Moreover, it will also protect Filipino home buyers by allowing them to verify the value of properties and check the safety of neighborhoods and other pertinent consideration before making decision. When people see that housing market is transparent, they are more likely to trust government initiative on programs like 4PH. Honorable colleagues, this issue transcends economics. It is a question of equity and justice. Housing is a fundamental human right enshrined in our Constitution. The oversupply of condominiums with housing crisis represents a failure to uphold this right for millions of Filipinos. If we allow the housing market to spiral further into speculation and inefficiency, we risk not only economic downturn, but also erosion of trust in our institution. By regulating interest rates and realigning housing policy, we can foster a more inclusive, stable, sustainable urban development framework. Let us act now to ensure that Metro Manila's growth benefits all its residents, not just a privileged few. Together, we can build a future where every Filipino has access to safe, affordable, and dignified housing. Thank you, and may we proceed with resolve and compassion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we refer the privileged speech of Representative Copilar to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Copilar is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. of the 6th District of Manila for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Bienvenido Abante is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues in this august chamber, we're all witnesses to what is happening to our youth today. And when I speak of our youth, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer to the adolescent definition in the comprehensive adolescent sexuality education, which is from 10 years old to 19. I believe they were echoed in our Constitution, as we declared in Section 13, Article 3 thereof, that the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. The godly discipline and way of life, the level of morality and the moral values that our youth of old were living in are gone. It's quite sad, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. Someday, we will be gone as a matter of nature, and our youth today will have to take over. And what kind of leaders will they be if they continue to live and conduct themselves the way they are now in this kind of environment where liberalism and secularism and ungodliness prevail? Will they have the moral value, the moral strength to fight corruption and the other perennial ills of our country? But today, as leaders and adults, what are we doing to our youth? Instead of promoting and protecting their moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being, we are giving priority to legislative measures and educational curriculum that do not in any way promote or protect the very values that our government mandated itself to promote and protect. Neither recognize or uphold the natural rights and responsibilities that we, parents, have over our children, and our divine mandate to bring them up, as the scriptures would say, in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. Unless I be misunderstood, because a lot of our colleagues perhaps would say that this house is a secular house, and therefore the Bible or any other religious books do not have any place in this house. But we cannot, Mr. Speaker, and we should not take away God's principles and standards in crafting legislative measures, especially when it concerns our adolescents. Why? Well, even our Constitution declared in its preamble that we are imploring Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. So even the framers of our 1987 Constitution acknowledged the blessings of Almighty God, acknowledged the sovereignty of Almighty God to our nation. Secondly, in Section 2, Article 14, where it says, in all educational institutions shall strengthen ethical and spiritual values, develop moral character, and personal discipline. I do not find this to be true in the comprehensive adolescent sexuality education or the comprehensive sexuality education. And again, according to our Constitution in Section 3, Article 15, where it says, it is the right of spouses to found a family in accordance with their religious convictions and the demands of responsible parenthood. Please take note, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, what our Constitution says when it comes to the parental authority of the family, where it is based in accordance with their religious convictions, Mr. Speaker. And what do we have before us today? And because of this, Mr. Speaker, I am delivering this privileged speech before you on the DepEd compulsory sexuality education, which concerns our adolescents from 10 years old to 19. In 2018, the DepEd made an order, number 31, about this compulsory sexuality education. The word compulsory means mandatory. The word compulsory means it must be done. And anyone who violates this order can be penalized. We have declared in our Constitution that, and let me be very clear about this, the separation of church and state shall be inviolable. Section 6, Article 2. The free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed. With emphasis, Mr. Speaker, shall forever be allowed. Section 5, Article 3. The state recognizes the vital role of the youth, that includes the adolescents, in nation building, and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. Why would the framers of our Constitution include the word moral and spiritual? Mr. Speaker, Section 13, Article 2. All educational institutions shall what? Shall strengthen ethical and spiritual values. I do not find the use of contraceptive pills being learned by the adolescents. The use of condoms, Mr. Speaker, as ethical and spiritual values, or develop moral character and personal discipline, Section 2, Article 14. And of course, the right of its spouses to be found a family in accordance with their religious convictions and demands of responsible parenthood, according to Section 3 and Article 15. Notwithstanding this unequivocal declarations in our Constitution, the Department of Education is doing its utmost best to implement what I respectfully submit as constitutional, unconstitutional, immoral, detestable, a comprehensive sexuality education which is taken from and inspired by foreign, self-centered, situation-based, fashion-inspired, and society-dictated secular thinking which is sex-based, like the UNESCO. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, why do we always have to entertain Western culture when we have, as Filipinos, our own, Mr. Speaker? Why don't we, just like what the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Sereno, declared to put up a Filipino sexuality education, of which I believe is no longer needed, as long as the parents and the government and the educators and all churches bond themselves together to protect the moral values, the spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being of our adolescents. And therefore, in this privileged speech, I am calling on all the parents who love their own children. I am calling on all the churches of whatever affiliation, of whatever religion that believe in moral values and spiritual values, to band themselves with our government so that we can teach our adolescents what is proper and what is spiritually right, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling on all of them right now. As worst, the worst thing is this: as desired by DepEd, and which finds support in legislative measure pending consideration, this curriculum applies to all learners of public and private elementary, junior, and senior high schools. Includes core topics and subtopics across grade levels from grade 4. In fact, they are now teaching it on grade 3 also, such as sexual and reproductive body, sex and marriage, romantic relationships, sexuality and sexual life cycle, and sex and sexual behaviors, among others. That is in the core topics and subtopics CSE order number 31. Are these needed for our adolescents to know, Mr. Speaker? Of course not. In a DepEd CSE K-12 curriculum, the core messages treat principally, and I would like to emphasize K-12. Nagsisimula po yan sa preschool. Ang core messages treat principally about sexual and reproductive parts of the body, the different effects on boys and girls of the sexual reproductive body and functions, sexuality and sexual behavior, sexual reproduction, sexual and reproductive capacity of men and women, sexual pleasure, and learning how to say yes and no about sexual relationships. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, that this comprehensive or compulsory sexuality education violates the above-mentioned provisions of our Constitution It deprives parents of their natural rights, duties, and responsibilities over their children and their divine mandate to teach them God's principles according to Deuteronomy 6:7. Train them in the ways of God according to Proverbs 22, verse number 6. Bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord according to Ephesians 6:4. And control them, 1 Timothy 3:4. Nalalaman ko po, Mr. Speaker, na mayroong mga magulang. Ang sabi po ng PubCom, 10% of them among all the parents are not responsible parents. In fact, binanggit po ng PubCom na ang result ng teenage pregnancy ay nabibigay po doon sa mga adults. Pagka minsan po, ang mismong ama ang may kasalanan. Well, meron po tayong batas, Mr. Speaker, na dapat silang managot. Kahit sila ay magulang, kapag kinilang binayolate ang karapatan, binayolate ang sexuality ng bata, meron po tayong batas na sila ay dapat managot, Mr. Speaker. The CSE promotes sexualization in our education institution and indoctrinate young children of the propriety of sex regardless of age and status, thus destroying and making mockery of morality and moral values that could lead one day to amorality. Ang ibig sabihin po ng amorality, wala na tayong kinikilalang moral or immoral. The CSE teaches young children unrestricted freedom to do anything and everything to their bodies with no more consideration of morality and moral values. The CSE would develop a mindset among our children as young as 4 years old, from one of love of God, of country, and of fellow men, to lust, sexual pleasures, and adventure. And the CSE do not promote the social, moral, intellectual, and spiritual well-being of our youth that the state bound itself to promote and protect. The education of our children must be based and founded on our Constitution as a sovereign country and on the law, instruction, and standard of God in the light of the preamble of our Constitution, and not on what society, the world, or any international organization like UNESCO dictates, or the World Health Organization also. Under the CSE, what kind of leaders would our children be? Will they not also trample upon our sacred fundamental law which declares that the state shall maintain honesty and integrity in the public service and take positive and effective measures against graft and corruption, according to Section 27 of Article 2 of the Constitution, and that public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the people. Serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency. Act with patriotism and justice and lead modest lives. Section 1, Article 11. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, if we really, in all honesty and all sincerity, would like to protect the moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being of our youth, according to our Constitution, and prepare and mold them in nation building, Mr. Speaker, we should not spend our time and resources teaching them about sexuality that includes the use of contraceptive pills, Mr. Speaker, condom. And of course, one senator said that the word masturbation is not even used, but it is implied, Mr. Speaker. Oh yes, it is not used as a word, but implied. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we should teach them moral and spiritual values in the schools. I have filed a bill in Congress, I think in 2023 or 2022, to include in the curriculum in our schools certain stories in the Bible that would promote good manners and right conduct, that would promote moral and spiritual values, just like what the Bible says, and I quote, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." End of quote. As the lawmaking body of the government, I respectfully move that the House do everything at its own disposal to prevent the implementation of a DepEd's compulsory sexuality education. Or else, I would ask the DepEd to rescind the Order 31 that they made in 2018, Mr. Speaker. Or else, I would go to court and file a petition making it unconstitutional, and perhaps all of the laws that embodies what moral values should be. We should, as a house, with all of the parents here, the fathers and the mothers, the lolo and the lolas here, I pray and ask that we shall be honest and sincere enough to protect our adolescents from the evil teaching of the comprehensive sexuality education or compulsory sexuality education. Rather than preventing teenage pregnancy, Mr. Speaker, we should prevent teenage promiscuity, because by preventing teenage promiscuity, we prevent teenage pregnancy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Bienvenido Abante to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Representative Abante is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the party list Kabataan for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Representative Daniel Manuel is recognized for his privileged speech.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon. Mr. Speaker, mga kagalang-galang na kapwa mambabatas, may kasabihan sa mga kabataan na kung ang edukasyon ay susi sa maginhawang kinabukasan, sino po ang nag-lock nito? Mr. Speaker, maaring nakakatawang pakinggan ang ganong remark. Pero pasilip po ito sa isang problemang kinakaharap ng mga kabataan sa kasalukuyan, ang lumalalang krisis ng kawalang access sa edukasyon. Mr. Speaker, naniniwala ang representasyon na ito ng edukasyon ay isang batayang karapatan. It is enshrined in our Constitution and it is widely recognized as a cornerstone of human development. Subalit para sa milyon-milyong kabataang Pilipino, nananatili itong pangarap lamang. Lalo na sa antas ng kolehiyo o higher education, hindi kinakaya ng maraming kabataang estudyante at ng kanilang mga magulang ang makipagsabayan sa papalaking gastusin ng pag-aaral. Pumasok man sila sa pribadong paaralan o kahit pala sa mga pampublikong paaralan. Una, Mr. Speaker, sa mga pribadong paaralan, ang mga estudyante ay kumakaharap sa tinatawag na tuition and other fee increases o TOFI. Taon-taon, nagpapataw ng tuition and other fee increases ang maraming private higher educational institutions o HEIs dahil nagmamahal di umano ang operational costs at nagpapatuloy ang inflation dito sa Pilipinas. Ngunit sa katunayan, hindi lahat ng mga private educational institutions na nagtataas ng kanilang mga bayarin ay yung mga paaralan na kayang patunayan na justified yung kanilang tuition and other fee increases. Tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, kung ang edukasyon ay isang karapatan, hindi ito dapat tinuturing na parang isang commodity na tumataas din yung presyo in line with inflation. Dagdag pa, Mr. Speaker, yung mga paaralan na pribado na malakas ang loob na taon-taon ay magtaas ng kanilang tuition and other fees, ay iyon pang mga malalaki, mga sikat na mga paaralan na limpak-limpak naman na milyon-milyon ang kanilang naimbak bilang kita. At kasama pa dyan ay mga pribadong institusyon na nagpopostura na non-stock, non-profit. Kaya po, kawawa din halimbawa yung ilang mga maliliit na mga private educational institutions na significantly mas mababa ang bilang ng mga estudyante, pero hindi nga rin taunan kung magtaas ng kanilang mga bayarin. Dahil carefully kinoconsider nila ang magiging epekto ng pagtaas ng matrikula at iba pang mga bayarin sa kanilang enrollment. Dagdag dyan, Mr. Speaker, hindi naman nararamdaman ng maraming mga mag-aaral ang pagtaas ng kalidad ng kanilang edukasyon kapag tumataas din ang tuition and other fees. Hindi gumaganda ang mga pasilidad at hindi rin tumataas ang sahod ng mga guro at kawani. Ito ay paglabag dun sa pinataw ng Commission on Higher Education na kapag merong pagtaas ng tuition and other school fees, 70% dapat ay napupunta sa pagtaas ng sahod o benefits ng mga guro at kawani sa mga private educational institutions. At 20% ay dapat nagtatranslate sa pag-acquire ng mga dagdag o mga bagong pasilidad o mga equipment. Pero kahit yung allocation na 70-20-10 ay hindi rin naman nasusunod sa maraming mga private educational institutions. Kaya ang tanong ng mga estudyante, Mr. Speaker, saan pupunta ang dagdag singil sa mga estudyante at kanilang mga pamilya? Ayon sa nakalap na datos ng National Union of Students of the Philippines, ang longest existing student council federation sa ating bansa, ay merong nakaambang tuition and other fee increases sa ilang prominenteng pribadong pamantasan sa National Capital Region para sa susunod na akademikong taon. Aabot ang mga panukalang pagtaas mula 2% hanggang 8%. At kahit yung 2% ang pagtaas, Mr. Speaker, if we take 2% of tens of thousands ng sinisingil sa mga estudyante, ay mataas pa rin ang magiging translated na value niyang percentage increase, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa, sa University of the East, na taon-taon kung magtaas ng kanilang tuition and other school fees, ay may panukalang 5% na tuition fee increase na mariing tinututulan ng mga mag-aaral. At sa darating na Valentine's Day, Mr. Speaker, ang daing po ng mga estudyante ay ayokong magmahal. Ayaw na po nilang magmahal palalo ang kanilang binabayaran. Samantala, nagsagawa ng survey ang University Student Government ng De La Salle University para sa kanilang campaign, kanilang advocacy campaign na tinatawag nilang #Tama na Fees. Tama na please. Yan po ang daing nila. At mula sa mahigit 3,500 na mga estudyanteng nakilahok sa kanilang ginawang survey, ay lumabas na 72% ng mga respondents ang nakaisip ng lumipat ng paaralan. At 63% naman ang nakaisip na tumigil muna sa pag-aaral kung tuluyan na mangyayari ang tuition and other fee increases. Who would imagine, Mr. Speaker, sa ganitong paaralan na ang assumption ay marami naman dyan ay can afford naman sa kanilang iba't ibang education-related expenses. Sa pareho pa ring survey, 2,000 mga mag-aaral o mahigit 57% sa mga lumahok sa survey ang nagdadalawang isip na mag-enroll kung ipapatupad ang panukalang 8% tuition fee increase. Mr. Speaker, hindi na nga abot kaya ang matrikula sa mga paaralang ito para sa karaniwang mamamayan dahil sa mababa't hindi nakabubuhay na sahod sa bansa, lalo pang kumikitid ang daan para makapasok ang ating mga kabataan sa mga paaralang nangangako ng dekalidad na edukasyon kung mapapatupad ang minamatang pagtataas ng mga singil. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa mga pampublikong paaralan naman, hindi rin gaano kaayos ang kanilang kalagayan. Kahit na meron tayong Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act na nagsasaad na libre na dapat ang matrikula at iba pang bayarin sa mga state and local universities and colleges o itong mga SUCs and LUCs, lumalabas sa ulat mismo ng Second Congressional Commission on Education o itong EDCOM 2 na ang attrition rate sa public higher education ay nasa 39%. Ibig sabihin, kahit na merong free education sa SUCs at LUCs, nasa 4 sa bawat 10 mag-aaral ay hindi nagpapatuloy hanggang makatapos sa kolehiyo. Panghuli, Mr. Speaker, sa parehong pribado at pampublikong paaralan, danas na danas ng mga kabataang estudyante ang komersyalisasyon ng kanilang edukasyon. Dahil sinasakop ng mga pribadong kumpanya ang mga serbisyong na dapat ay abot kamay sa loob ng pamantasan, dumaragdag ito sa mga gastusin ng mga mag-aaral sa araw-araw. Kaya naman sa usapin ng transportasyon, pagkain, dormitoryo o tirahan ng mga mag-aaral, nagmamahal pa rin ang mga presyo ng mga ito. Kaya no wonder na ganito kataas ang dropout rate sa Pilipinas. Kahit makapasok ka pala sa pribado man o sa mga pampublikong paaralan, kaliwat kanan ang mga kandado na pipigil sa pagtatapos ng mga mag-aaral. Mr. Speaker, simple lang naman ang pangarap ng mga kabataan at mga estudyante. Ang libre, abot kamay at dekalidad na edukasyon. Sa mga pribadong paaralan, panahon na para pakinggan ang daing ng mga estudyante para sa moratorium sa tuition and other fee increases o TOFI. Kagyat na pagpapatigil sa mga taas singil sa matrikula at iba pang bayarin. Kasabay nito, Mr. Speaker, kinakailangan ang mas maagap na pagsuporta ng ating pamahalaan sa mga mag-aaral ng higher education institutions, lalo na sa mga galing sa low-income families. Mr. Speaker, kahit pa naisabatas natin during this term ang anti-no permit, no exam policy, pero kahit na meron tayong pansamantalang alwan sa mga estudyante, pahintulutan sila na makapag-take ng kanilang exams kapag hindi pa sila bayad sa kanilang mga student loans. Pero eventually ay mababaon pa rin sa utang ang mga estudyante hanggat hinahayaan natin ang taunang TOFI. Sa mga pampublikong paaralan, kinakailangan ang pagtaas ng budget ng SUCs at LUCs nang sa gayon ay hindi na mapilit ang mga paaralang ito na umasa at kumapit na lamang sa mga public-private partnerships na nagiging daan para sa commercialized student services. Kaakibat ng pagpapalawak sa universal access to quality tertiary education at pagpapatupad ng libreng matrikula, kinakailangan tiyakin na nakasasapat at abot kamay ang mga serbisyong pang-mag-aaral sa loob ng mga pamantasan. Mr. Speaker, sa huling pagsusuri, hindi dapat ituring ang edukasyon bilang isang susi na hawak ng iilan lamang dahil ang tunay na edukasyong mapagpalaya ay nakabaklas mula sa mga kandado na nagkakait sa maginhawang kinabukasan para sa ating kabataan. A truly free and liberating education must prioritize rights over privilege, inclusion over exclusion, and people over profit. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Raul Daniel Manuel to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Representative Manuel is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privilege R be extended for another hour to allow the other representatives to continue with their privileged speech.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List for her privileged speech.
Representative Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and everyone watching our plenary session today. Good afternoon. Ang Pebrero ay buwan ng mga puso at pagmamahalan. Pero para sa karamihan, ito ay buwan ng pasakit at lungkot dahil sa patuloy na pagmahal ng mga bilihin, lalo na ang presyo ng bigas. Rice is the primary staple food in the Philippines and is consumed by most Filipinos. Ika nga ay hindi tayo mabubuhay nang hindi nakakakain ng kanin sa isang araw. Para sa iba, mabuti nang walang ulam basta may kanin sa pagkainan. Ngunit paano tutugunan ng ordinaryong Pilipino ang kumakalam na sikmura kung sa kasalukuyan ay napakataas ng presyo ng bigas sa mga palengke? Noong Enero, umabot ng 50 pesos hanggang 65 pesos ang presyo ng lokal na bigas sa mga palengke, habang 54 pesos hanggang 65 pesos kada kilo ang imported special rice at 52 pesos hanggang 60 pesos ang imported premium rice. Hindi na kaya ng isang ordinaryong Pilipino na makabili ng bigas dahil sa taas ng presyo nito. Sa mga komunidad, hindi na uso ang pagbili ng 1 kilo ng bigas o higit pa. Karamihan ay kalahating kilo o 3/4 kilo ng bigas na lang ang nabibili para pagkasyahin sa isang araw ang kanilang maliit na sinahod. So ngayon, kung dati mantika, tingi-tingi yung nabibili, o yung kung ano pa man na mga kailangan natin, toyo, etc., tingi-tingi yung pagbili. Ngayon, pati sa bigas, nangyayari na rin yun. 3/4 kilo na lang, pinaplastic, ganun po yung itsura. Half na lang, kalahati na lang, kasi yun lang yung kaya, no, na bilhin. Swerte ka na kapag nakabili ka ng 1 kilong bigas. Ang iba ay nagkakasya na lamang sa pagkain ng 2 beses sa isang araw dahil sa taas ng presyo ng bigas at iba pang bilihin. Kagagaling ko lang po sa Cebu at alam ko na minsan mais na yung kanilang kinakain, hindi lang bigas, pati mais, no? So yung taas ng presyo ng bigas talaga, hindi yun kinakaya ng ating mga mamamayan. Ganito ang nararanasan ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa araw-araw. Sa halip na seryosong tugunan ng gobyerno ang taas presyo ng bigas at iba pang pagkain, mga band-aid solutions at panakip butas sa lumalalang realidad lamang ang kanyang ginagawa. To address the rice crisis and high prices of rice, the Duterte administration enacted the Republic Act No. 11203 or the Rice Liberalization Law on February 14, 2019. Now, this opened the floodgates for the massive importation of rice that led to a sharp decline in palay prices and consequently to huge losses in the income of farmers. According to reports, farmers received as low as 7 pesos per kilo of palay, far below the production cost of 15 pesos to 20 pesos per kilo. As a result, billions of pesos were taken from Filipino rice farmers. Sa kasalukuyan, patuloy ang pagpapatupad ng Rice Liberalization Law at ika-6 na taon na nito sa darating na February 14. Imbes na ibasura ang batas na ito na matagal nang panawagan ng mga magsasaka at mamamayang Pilipino, inamyendahan lamang ito. Mr. Speaker, one of the measures taken by President Marcos Jr. to curb rising rice prices was the issuance of Executive Order No. 62, signed on June 20, 2024. This executive order aims to reduce the tariff on imported rice from 35% to 15% to supposedly help lower rice prices in the market. Pero hindi ito nangyari. Gaya ng Rice Liberalization Law, lalo pang pinapasok ng EO62 ang mga imported na bigas sa bansa. Ayon sa tala, umabot ng 4.68 million metric tons ang inimport na bigas ng gobyerno noong 2024. Mas mataas ito kumpara sa 3.6 million metric tons na naitala noong 2023 at 3.83 million metric tons noong 2022. Sa kabila ng pagpasok ng imported na bigas, nananatiling napakataas ang presyo ng bigas. Mas pumabor ang EO62 ni Marcos Jr. sa mga importers habang lalong nasadlak ang ating mga magsasaka at mamayang Pilipino sa hirap. Due to the government's continuous rice importation and reliance on agricultural liberalization, the Philippines has been dubbed the world's largest rice importer for consecutive years. Once known as a self-sufficient rice producer and exporter, the Philippines have become an import-dependent and export-oriented country. Kung ano-ano na ring programa ang ginawa ng DA, ng Department of Agriculture, para tugunan umano ang mataas na presyo ng bigas at makabili pa rin ang ordinaryong Pilipino. Nandyan ang sinasabing Rice for All program na layunin umanong magbenta ng 38 pesos hanggang 39 pesos kada kilo ng bigas. May Bigas 29 program din na magbebenta ng aging stock ng bigas sa halagang 29 pesos para sa mga PWD, solo parents, senior citizens at mga katutubo. Nandyan din ang Sulit Rice na 100% broken rice. May Nutri Rice din na mix ng well-milled rice at brown rice. Mr. Speaker, itong mga programa ng gobyerno at ng DA ay short-term at band-aid solution lamang. Sa mga piling lugar lang ito makikita katulad ng Kadiwa Center na kadalasan ay kailangan mo pang pumila ng maaga para lang makabili ng limitadong kilo ng bigas. Hindi naman ito tunay na tutugon sa napakataas na presyo ng bigas sa pamilihan. Mr. Speaker, sabi sa isang kanta, bawat butil ng palay ay butil ng buhay. Ang bawat butil ng palay na tinatanim ng ating mga magsasaka para mapakain ng milyon-milyong Pilipino ay butil ng pawis at dugo na kanilang sinakripisyo. Ngunit nananatiling hindi nasusuklian ang kanilang kabayanihan. Sa kapabayaan ng gobyerno, ang laging talo ay ang ating mga magsasaka. Ang tagapaglikha ng pagkain ang madalas nagugutom. Lugi ang kita ng mga magsasaka dahil sa pagpasok ng mga imported na agrikultural na produkto na sinabayan pa ng kawalan ng sapat na suporta ng gobyerno. Dumadagdag pa rito sunod-sunod na sakuna na sumira sa mga pananim ng ating mga magsasaka. Ito po yung mga El Nino at yung tagtuyot at yung pagbaha. Nitong nakaraang araw lamang may lumapit sa Gabriela Women's Party at nagsabing umiiyak ang kanyang kapatid dahil 3 pesos kada kilo ang bentahan ng palay sa kanilang lugar sa Agusan. Malayong malayo ito sa panawagan ng mga magsasaka na bilhin ang palay ng at least 19 pesos kada kilo. Patuloy na lumalala ang kahirapan at krisis sa pagkain na nararanasan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Para pagtakpan ito, nag-anunsyo ang DA na maaaring magdeklara ang gobyerno ng Food Security Emergency on rice ngayong unang linggo ng Pebrero. Kapag idineklara ang Food Security Emergency, ang stock ng bigas mula sa National Food Authority ay ibebenta sa mga lokal na pamahalaan sa Metro Manila sa halagang 36 pesos kada kilo, na maaaring ipagbili sa mga palengke sa halagang 38 pesos kada kilo. Mr. Speaker, once again, this kind of solution will not solve the food crisis and the high rice prices in the country. This is yet another short-term measure that fails to address the root causes of the problem. Control of big traders and rice cartels over the supply, coupled with excessive importation, hoarding, overpricing, and profiteering. These are the primary cause of soaring rice prices. Mr. Speaker, ito ang dapat na binibigyang solusyon ng gobyerno. Ang kinakailangan ay ibasura ang Rice Liberalization Law, EO62 at iba pang mga batas at polisiya na patuloy na nagpapahirap sa mamamayang Pilipino. Itigil ang importasyon at liberalisasyon sa agrikultura, dapat ipatupad ang tunay na reforma sa lupa. Palakasin ang lokal na produksyon at bigyan ng sapat na suporta at subsidy ang ating mga magsasaka. Kailangan ding itaas ang sahod ng mga manggagawa at mamamayang Pilipino tungo sa nakabubuhay na sahod. Simple lamang ang panawagan natin, ibaba ang presyo ng bigas at iba pang pagkain. Unahin ang lokal na produksyon at hindi importasyon. Itaas ang sahod ng ating mga manggagawa. Magagawa ito kung tunay na papakinggan ng gobyerno at seryosang bibigyang solusyon ang daing ng mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of Representative Brosas to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Representative Brosas is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Francel Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her privileged speech.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized for her privileged speech.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, at sa ating Majority Floor Leader. Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker, at mga kamambabatas, at sa ating mga kababayan. Tumitindig ako ngayon upang bigyang pansin ang isang nakakabahalang issue o krisis na nga na masasabi sa ating sistemang pampublikong edukasyon. Isang krisis na nangangailangan ng agarang aksyon at mapagpasyang interbensyon. Nilantad ng Year 2 report ng EDCOM 2 ang isang nakakabagabag na katotohanan, higit sa kalahati ng ating mga pampublikong paaralan, 24,916 sa 45,199 or 55% ay walang mga school principal. Kabilang sa 24,916 schools na walang principal ang 13,332 schools na pinapaubaya sa head teachers, 8,916 schools na pinapaubaya sa mga TIC o yung tinatawag nating teacher in charge, at 2,337 schools na pinaubaya sa officers in charge o yung mga OIC. The rest o yung 193 schools ay nakamarka na finding ng EDCOM bilang undefined. Hindi pa ako kinatawan, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa ako congresswoman, ay naglilibot na po ako sa iba't ibang mga eskwelahan. At pansin ko na po ito, 9 years ago, yung ating pong mga eskwelahan ay mga TIC or OIC, yung mga nakatalagang school principal. Ang katwiran ay samot-sari, Ginoong Speaker, nandiyan yung dahil 7 lang yung teachers sa eskwelahan or 9 or 10, so hindi raw nilalagyan ng principal. Or ang katwiran naman ay konti lang daw yung pumapasa doon sa qualifying exam. Okay? Ano man ang tawag sa kanila, Mr. Speaker, ito lang ang ibig sabihin. Sa HTs, TICs, OIC, or undefined, sila ay mga guro o DepEd employees pero pinaghahawak ng task o responsibilidad ng principals nang walang kaukulang training, walang rekurso, at walang sapat na sweldo. Isang teacher na nagiging principal pa at the same time. So yan yung tinatawag nating mga TIC at OIC. Madalas na paabot sa aming consultation in the field, teacher sila o qualified sana as principals, pero ang sweldo na tinatanggap nila ay sweldo ng head teacher lang or some other teacher item like master teacher. Kahit pinapasan sa kanila ang bigat ng pagiging principal, hindi nila hawak ang principal items. Ang dahilan, para sa marami, wala raw available na principal items. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang principal ay individuals occupying the plantilla positions of school principal 1 to 4 and head teacher 1 to 6. Ayon ito sa DepEd Order number 77, Series of 2010, na nagmamandato rin na ang bawat principal plantilla item ay dapat i-assign sa bawat school na may at least 9 teachers at bawat cluster ng 3 schools na may at least 9 teachers. Kung titignan natin, Mr. Speaker, pag sinabi natin clustering of schools, karamihan po dyan mga schools na malalayo po talaga ang distansya. Kaya yung tinatalaga na TIC or OIC ay talagang nag-hop siya from one school to another na sa sarili niyang bulsa yung ginagamit niya sa mga pamasahe at iba pang mga pangangailangan. Dagdag dito, ang bawat school na may at least 6 teachers at bawat cluster of 3 schools na may at least 6 teachers ay may head teacher plantilla position din na nakatalaga. Maraming reklamong schools, principals at teachers sa clustering policy na ito. Pero puntahan muna natin ang tinutukoy ng EDCOM 2 na dahilan ng principal shortage. Isa ay ang mababang passing rates at inconsistent delivery ng National Qualifying Examination for School Heads or NQES ayon sa EDCOM. Ayon sa report ng EDCOM, in 2021, only 36.93% of examinees moved forward in the Principal 1 selection process. And in 2018, the passing rate was only 0.64%. Wala pang 1%, Mr. Speaker, with just 148 out of 23,000 candidates passing nationwide. Well, nakapagtataka, Mr. Speaker, no? Ano bang klaseng test ito? No? Itong National Qualifying Examination for School Head. So wala man lang 1% ang pumapasa. 'Di ba? So tignan natin din, ma-review sana itong NQES. Walang NQES noong 2019, 2020 at 2024. At sa aking tantya, Mr. Speaker, kung gagamitin ang 2018 passing rate, siguro ay di bababa sa 450 principals din ang nawawala dahil sa di pag-conduct ng NQES. Meron pong NQES noong 2021, Mr. Speaker, panahon ito ng pandemya. At ang mga reklamo po ng ating mga principal to be or yung mga school heads ay unang-una yung hirap ng pagkuha ng test dahil kailangan daw nilang ng accommodation sa mga hotel o sa hotel para lang mag-test nung panahon na yon ng 2021. At dito sa mga nag-test na ito, more than 2,000 dyan yung mga yung mga nasa category B. So yung mga category A na sinasabi ay mga nabigyan na ng mga principal item test, principal item position. Pero meron din tinatawag na CAT-C, Mr. Speaker, na kung saan kailangan mag-training and then after a year ay magte-take sila ng NQES, so 2023 sana o 2024. Pero hindi po sila pinayagan ng DepEd na mag-test, na yan po ay hindi natin alam na kailangan natin niyang busisiin. Ibig sabihin, maliit at mababaw ang balon para sa mga principals na ilalagay sa public school sa bansa. Kamukha ito ng maliit at mababaw na balon ng teachers para sa specialized subjects, sa mga particular subjects, maging public school teachers in general. Mayroon ding law alignment and compliance with the policy on principal and head teacher allocations. Ibig sabihin nito, Mr. Speaker, yung 20,381 na public schools na tinutukoy na with school principals daw, ay 18,744 lang talaga ang may hawak ng corresponding plantilla item, whether principal 1, 2, 3, or 4. And the rest ay yung 1,381 schools na may mga head teachers, TICs, or OIC na nakalagay. So ang ibig sabihin nito, may kakulangan din po sa item na mga school principal. Ayon din sa EDCOM, walang formalized succession plan for school leadership or sistemang maghahanda, magtitrain at maghahawan sa daan sa career path para sa potential principals. Kaya kung maging principal ka man, wala raw coaching and mentoring culture with DepEd, particularly at the school levels or even in the school division level. Solo flight ka sa pag-a-adjust mo sa bagong role mo. Walang institutionalized support mula sa gobyerno at mas lalong wala kang suporta para mapabuti mo ang sarili mo sa trabaho. Idadagdag natin sa mga rason ng principal shortage ang mga polisiya at practice ng DepEd na clustering na sinasabi ko kanina. Sinasalamin ng clustering policy ang pananaw ng DepEd na kapag maliit ang eskwelahan mo, hindi mo kailangan ng dedicated principal. Ineligible daw ang ganitong school for a principal. Isang sintomas ito ng pagtitipid ng gobyerno na kinukumpirma ng mga principals at teachers sa field ang mga inaanak na problema ng clustering policy, overwork, overtime, unremunerated expenses ng school at mamalasing maitalaga sa clustered schools. Pero kahit may mga problema at kahinaan sa clustering, Mr. Speaker, policy pa rin ito ng DepEd na inaasahang susundin. Hindi ganito ang nangyayari na pag-alaman ng EDCOM na kahit yung schools na eligible for school principal position o dapat ay may taong may hawak ng principal 1 to principal 4, hindi binibigyan ang mga ito ng principals at either head teacher or taong may ibang item ang ide-designate dito. Ang iba nga, o 193 schools na walang school head data, na karamihan ay elementary schools, ibig sabihin ay malaking schools, maaring walang nakatalaga kahit na head teachers man lang. Mr. Speaker, hindi isang usaping statistik lamang, kundi manifestasyon ng malalim na problemang bumabalot sa ating sistemang pang-edukasyon sa kabuuan. Paano natin maasahan ang dekalidad na edukasyon kung higit sa kalahati ng ating mga paaralan nationwide ay kulang sa wastong pamumuno at pamamahala. Bilang naging public school teacher, isa ako sa mga makapagpapatotoo na napakahalaga at napakabigat ang kabuluhan ng ating mga school principals. Ang eskwelahang walang principal ay isang sasakyang walang driver, isang bahay na walang muhon. Hindi lang mawawala sa direksyon, kundi mababangga. Hindi lang masisira, kundi guguho. Ang kakulangan ng principals ay isa sa mga epekto ng taon-taong pagkakait ng sapat na pondo para sa paaralan at sumasalamin sa patuloy na pagpapabaya ng pamahalaan sa sektor ng edukasyon. Gusto ko lang maging malinaw tayo kung ihiramin ko ang termino ni Chairman Romulo. Ang krisis na ito ay direktang resulta ng mahabang pagsunod sa mga patakarang neoliberal na itinuturing ang edukasyon bilang kalakal sa halip na isang pangunahing karapatan. Maaring maiugnay ang kakulangan ng principals sa hindi sapat na sahod, labis na trabaho at kakulangan ng suporta para sa ating mga manggagawang pang-edukasyon o yung tinatawag nating education support personnel. Kamag-anak nito ang napakalaking shortage din sa education support personnel at classroom, school facilities at high school. And by the way, kanina po ay na-approve na po no, sa BICAM yung National Education Support Personnel Day, May 16, pagkilala po sa ating mga non-teaching personnel kung tawagin. Malubha ang mga implikasyon ng kakulangan sa principals. Kung walang tunay na principal na namumuno sa paaralan, sino na lang ang magiging katuwang ng ating mga guro sa kanilang pagtuturo? Sino na lang ang magtitiyak ng wastong pamamahala ng mga resources sa ating mga paaralan? Sino na lang ang magpapanatili ng mga pamantayang akademiko at mga ngasiwa sa pagpapaunlad ng ating mga mag-aaral? Sino ang makikipag-ugnayan sa mga lokal na komunidad at stakeholders? Ginoong Speaker, hindi natin maaring hayaang magpatuloy ang krisis na ito. Minumungkahi ko ang agad na paglalaan ng sapat na budget para paglikha at pagpuno ng posisyong prinsipal. Dapat ay suriin at i-upgrade din natin ang compensation package para sa mga punong guro, kasabay ng matagal ng mungkahi ng ACT Teachers Party List na itaas ang sweldo ng mga public school teachers at education support personnel. Dapat ay bigyan natin ng komprehensibong sistema ng suporta para sa administrators ng paaralan. Kailangan nating tugunan ang mga burokratikong hadlang sa hiring at promotion ng mga school principals. Mr. Speaker at mga kamambabatas, kasalukuyang pinipinal ng representasyong ito ang set ng bills na naglalaman ng mga mungkahing ito at sana ay masuportahan nyo kami sa aming layuning ito. Ang krisis ng school principal shortage ay nangangailangan ng higit na panandaliang solusyon. Kailangan nito ng fundamental na pagbabago sa ating pananaw at pagpapahalaga sa edukasyon. Dapat nating tanggihan ang komersalisasyon ng edukasyon at ipaglaban ang isang makabayan, siyentipiko at mass-oriented na sistemang pang-edukasyon na tunay na naglilingkod sa sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Franz Castro is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 11373 as contained in Committee Report 1381 as submitted by the Committee on Energy.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby approved. Session suspended.
Sponsorship lang.
This one, yeah. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook of the APEC Party List to sponsor the said meeting.
Majority Leader. Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that copies of the bill has been previously distributed to the members. I move that in request the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill under House Bill number 11373.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11373.
House Bill number 11373, an act restructuring the Energy Regulatory Commission, amending sections 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, and 46, and repealing section 42 of Republic Act number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook of the APEC party list to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is hereby recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues in the House, it is my privilege this afternoon to sponsor Committee Report number 1381 on House Bill number 11373, entitled An Act Restructuring the Energy Regulatory Commission, amending sections 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, and 46, and repealing section 42 of Republic Act 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. Kindly allow me to present the objectives of the bill as to why its passage is very, very important. It is the intent of the bill to reform the Energy Regulatory Commission, or ERC, to further enhance its role as the independent regulator of the electric power sector. The passage of this bill will enable the ERC to establish a strong, independent, quasi-judicial, quasi-legislative, transparent, and accountable regulatory body. It will also ensure the efficient and effective performance of the functions and mandates of the Energy Regulatory Commission to enhance competitiveness in the electric power industry. The bill grants the ERC a limited fiscal autonomy, allowing it to use, in addition to its annual budget under the General Appropriations Act, 50% of its revenues derived from the collection of fees, including augmenting its personnel. Mandates that the compensation of ERC personnel shall be competitive with the salaries of personnel of other regulatory agencies and other electric power industry stakeholders. It provides for the enhancement of technical competence of its personnel, which includes providing them the necessary training program and provides the public a support desk to assist them in better understanding the proceedings and issuances of the Commission, as well as other matters which affect the rates of electricity. Sa ngayon po kasi, Mr. Speaker, ay pinapirate po ng other power industry participants like the generating companies, yung mga personnel natin, technical personnel sa ERC, dahil sa salary issue. Maliit lang po. So lastly, the passage of this piece of legislation would enable the ERC to perform its mandate of protecting electricity consumers, ensuring that stakeholders do their business with great consideration of public welfare. This humble representation finally closes by most respectfully hoping for the immediate approval of House Bill 11373. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 11373.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 10987 under Committee Report 1333, and for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of said bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 10987.
House Bill number 10987, an act prohibiting all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country and providing penalties for violation thereof.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Antonio A. Ferrer of the 6th District of Cavite to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Antonio A. Ferrer is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Your Committee on Games and Amusement stands before this August chamber to sponsor Committee Report number 1333 on House Bill number 10987, entitled An Act Prohibiting All Forms of Offshore Gaming Operations in the Country and Providing Penalties for Violation thereof. House Bill number 10987 aims to, number one, prohibit all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country. Number two, revoke all licenses or franchises issued to any person or entity, including gaming agents and service providers, by the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Aurora Pacific Economic Zone, and Freeport Authority, and Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, to conduct offshore gaming operations in the country. And lastly, provide penalties for any violation thereof. To recall, President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr., in his July 22 State of the Nation address, gave a directive banning Philippine offshore gaming operators, or POGOs. The House responded by creating Quad Committee, tasked to probe into the widespread criminal activities associated with POGOs. As a result of the Quadcom inquiry and investigation, House Bill number 10987 was filed, which aims to prohibit all forms of offshore gaming in the country and impose strict penalties on violators. Worthy of note, on November 5, 2024, President Marcos Jr. issued Executive Order number 74, imposing an immediate ban on offshore and internet gaming in the Philippines. The Executive Order, titled Immediate Ban on Philippine Offshore Gaming, Internet Gaming, and Other Offshore Gaming Operations in the Philippines, directed all POGOs or IGLs to wind down their operations by December 31, 2024. However, but even after the President's issuance of EO 74, illegal POGOs continue to operate, as shown by the numerous raids and arrests made in different resorts and places in the country. Last January 8, a raid was conducted in Parañaque City where nearly 400 foreign nationals were apprehended. Therefore, it is still necessary to enact legislation to address the illegal POGOs, as they have been tied to numerous different unlawful activities. While an EO has been issued by the President, no penalties have been provided other than just prohibiting the same. A comprehensive piece of legislation is needed. Mr. Speaker, the approval of Committee Report number 1333 on House Bill number 10987 is earnestly sought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other committee report, I move that we now proceed for consideration the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to, for the individual amendments, I now move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number
109.
House Bill number 10987 under Committee Report 1333.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 10987 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 10987 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 11253 under Committee Report 1330. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to please read the said House Bill number 11253.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11253.
House Bill number 11253, an act prohibiting the establishment and operation of cockpits and other structures or facilities for holding cockfights within a radius of 500 lineal meters from any existing residential or commercial area, schools and other educational institutions, church buildings and other places of worship, and hospitals, and providing penalties for violations thereof.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Antonio Ferrer to sponsor the said measure under House Bill number 11253.
Honorable Antonio Ferrer is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Throughout the course of our country's history, cockfighting has come to be part of the Filipino culture. However, what started as a plain hobby to pass the time has evolved into an addiction that affects many of our citizens. In recent years, testimonies of ill effects of this particular social menace have increasingly permeated the news as well as everyday conversations. Cockfighting has become a threat to not only the financial capability of our citizens, but also to their ethical and moral values, as well as their overall quality of life. As lawmakers, it is our duty to protect our citizens and uphold the tenets enshrined in our Constitution. As such, I stand before this august chamber to sponsor Committee Report number 1330 on House Bill number 11253, entitled the Cockfighting Regulation Law of 2024. This bill aims to discourage engagement in cockfighting by prohibiting the establishment and operation of cockpits near locations such as existing residential and commercial areas, education institutions, places of worship, hospitals where many people regularly congregate. Under this bill, the establishment and operation of cockpits shall be prohibited within 500 lineal meters radius from existing residential and commercial areas, schools, and other educational institutions, church buildings, and other places of worship or hospitals. Amending Section 5 of Presidential Decree number 449 as amended, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974. It also amends Section 8 of the same law by penalizing the construction, operation, or management of a cockpit or other building, facility, or structure intended for holding cockfights in violation of this Act. Conducting cockfights in any place prohibited under this Act or betting or collecting bets, or participating in any other manner in the conduct of a cockfight in any place prohibited under this Act. It likewise prohibits the approval, issuance, or facilitation in any manner the approval or issuance of permits to construct, make, or erect cockpits and other buildings, structures, or facilities intended for holding cockfights in violation of the same. In order to safeguard the well-being and quality of life of our citizens falling prey to this vicious form of gambling, approval of House Bill number 11253 is earnestly sought.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other committee reports, I move that we now proceed to consider individual amendments.
Is there any objection? And the chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who introduced individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11253 under Committee Report 1330.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 11253 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11253 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 11254 under Committee Report 1331, and for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11254.
House Bill number 11254, an act prohibiting any activity related to online cockfighting or E-sabong operations and providing penalties for violation thereof.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Antonio Ferrer be recognized to begin his sponsorship.
Honorable Antonio Ferrer is recognized again to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po ulit. Cockfighting, again, is one of the deep-rooted traditions of our culture and has customarily been a form of entertainment during town fiestas and other community celebrations. It traditionally involves two roosters dwelling in a cockpit, and the onlookers bet on the outcome of every match. With the advent of technology, however, a new form of cockfighting emerged: online cockfighting, more commonly known as E-sabong. E-sabong, contrary to traditional cockfighting, involves audiences watching cockfights being live-streamed on the internet, placing their bets through designated websites, and transmitting their payments, usually through online wallets and other online modes of payment. Because of the online nature of E-sabong, it is very difficult to regulate, and as such, it has become a breeding ground for corruption and gambling addiction. The problem reached its peak during the pandemic when people had no choice but to be confined within their homes for months at a time. Reports of its ill effect became rampant on the news, and many became addicted to the point of drowning in debt. On February 2, 2017, former President Duterte ordered the suspension of E-sabong operations through the issuance of Executive Order Number 17, which defined illegal gambling and clarified regulations on online gambling. President Ferdinand Marcos subsequently issued Executive Order Number 9 on December 28, 2022, directing the continued suspension of E-sabong nationwide. Despite the issuance of EO number 9, E-sabong has thrived, although in smaller and more clandestine operations. The Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation has informed the Committee on Games and Amusements that it has endorsed a total of 2,159 websites for blocking to the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Out of the 2,159 websites, only 1,259 were already taken down, and only 40 allegedly remains to be active. E-sabong operators, however, as they remain active as they can easily change their domain after being shut down. Eradicating e-sabong has proven to be a great challenge because of its constant battle between the technological prowess of operators versus the resources of the concerned government agencies. Because e-sabong operators are well-equipped and, more importantly, well-financed, it is easy for them to thwart the effort of the government to stamp them out completely. Meanwhile, its harmful effects both to our citizens and to our society at large continue to proliferate. As representatives, we have a duty to protect our people, to save them from the detrimental effects of online gambling addiction, and as such, approval of House Bill number 11254 is earnestly sought.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee report, I move that we now proceed to consider individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11254, Committee Report 1331.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 11254 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11254 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 11044 under Committee Report 1250, and for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to please read this, the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11044.
House Bill number 11044, an act rationalizing and strengthening the regulation of cockfighting by local government units, further amending for this purpose Presidential Decree number 449, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974 as amended, and Section 4 of Presidential Decree number 1802 entitled Creating the Philippine Game Fowl Commission as amended.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Antonio Ferrer to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Antonio Ferrer is recognized again to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today, your Committee on Games and Amusement seeks the approval of Committee Report number 1250 on House Bill number 11044, entitled An Act Rationalizing the Regulation of Cockfighting by Local Government Units, further amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 449, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974, as amended, and Section 4 of Presidential Decree number 1802, entitled Creating the Philippine Game Fowl Commission, as amended. This proposed measure seeks to modernize outdated cockfighting laws to better align with present-day realities and challenges. As times change, so do the issues we face, many of which are not anticipated when these laws were originally enacted. Amendments are also necessary to ensure consistency with the 1987 Constitution, particularly in strengthening the role of local government units. Essentially, the bill seeks to first clarify the provisions of Presidential Decree number 449 as amended, Presidential Decree number 1802 as amended, and Section 447, Paragraph A, 3V of the Local Government Code, which gave the city and municipal governments the authority to issue licenses on the establishment and operation of cockpits, and the regulation of regular cockfighting and regular cockfights, and the establishment and operation of cockpits. Second, resolve the question of traditionally permitted tupada or tigbakay during barangay fiestas, which are normally held outside cockpits and in village plazas, parks, or other such public spaces. And lastly, to provide a steeper penalty on violation of laws and regulations relating to cockfighting. Specifically, the bill seeks to, number 1, further amend Section 5 of Presidential Decree number 449 as amended, which pertains to rules governing cockpits and cockfighting in general. Number 2, further amend Section 8 of Presidential Decree number 449 as amended, which pertains to penal provisions. And number 3, amend Section 4 of Presidential Decree number 1802 as amended on the authority of the city and municipal mayors to license and regulate regular cockfighting. Mr. Speaker, considering the significance of traditional cockfighting in Filipino culture, approval of Committee Report number 1250 on House Bill number 11044 is earnestly sought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member, there are no other committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on House Bill number 11044 under Committee Report 1250.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 11044 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11044 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully request to acknowledge the delegates to the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, headed by Chairperson Honorable Robert Pittenger, guests of the Honorable Speaker, and as follows: Ms. Connolly Sophia of Australia, Ms. Stratton Johanna of Australia, Mr. Van Jack Tom of Belgium, Mr. Guimarães Con Fabro Amaral Ruben of Brazil, Miss Anwar Fadziliani of Brunei, His Excellency Dato' Abdul Rahman Siti of Brunei, Mr. Wright Peter of Canada, His Excellency Melvin Franz Michel of Denmark, Mr. Strand Jan of Denmark, Dr. Sanchez Ruiz of the European Union, Ms. Babunasvili Sofio of Georgia, Ms. Lising Caroline of Georgia, Mr. Tabutadre Alexandre of Georgia, Ms. Bramer Amir of Germany, Mr. Cruz Matias of Germany, Dr. Supra Varon of India, Mr. Abhandi Feruz of Indonesia, Ms. Mahalima Putri of Indonesia, His Excellency Wijojo Agus of Indonesia, Mr. Juhaswari Fairuz of Indonesia. The Honorable Singeris Emanuelis of Lithuania, Mr. Asarani of Malaysia, Mr. Rashid Sibarasa of Malaysia, Mr. Boskovic of Montenegro, the Honorable Popovic Montenegro, Mrs. Randujic Alenka of Montenegro, Professor Amin Laghidi of Morocco, Mr. Kiao San of Myanmar, Mr. Enwi Darli of Myanmar, the Honorable Sherada Bahab Ibrahim of Nigeria, Mr. Lu Andres of Paraguay, Mr. Rojas Lucas of Paraguay, and the Philippine delegation. Okay? So they are the guests of the Honorable Speaker, Mr. Chair.
To the guests of the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the delegates to the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum headed by Chairperson Honorable Robert Pittenger. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Session suspended.
No. Holland.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, may I recognize the Honorable Pichark Daniel Anna of Poland, Miss, Member of Parliament, Osipa Marcin of Poland, Mr. Bacano of Romania, Mr. Bria of Romania, Mr. Bas Gabriel of Romania, Mr. Ding Felipe of Taiwan, the Honorable Sarah Aching Opende of Uganda, Miss Persky Sharon of United Kingdom, Dr. Samuels of United Kingdom, Mr. Whitehead of United Kingdom, Mr. Dasgupa of United States, Dr. Dayararmatra Kevin of the United States, the Honorable Delfield Carl of United States, Miss Delfield Marilu of United States, Professor Jafar Jamil of United States, Mr. Johnson Tyler, United States, Mr. Lachica Eric of United States, Mr. Martinez Dan of United States, Mr. Matmori David of United States, Congressman Peter Robert of United States, Pittenger Robert of United States. Again, Congressman Pittenger Robert of the United States, and Mr. Sadler Brent of United States. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Again, to the delegates of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, headed by the Chairperson Honorable Robert Pittenger, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit.
Move for a 1-minute suspension, Mr.
Session is suspended.
Hi, how are you, my friend? Your honors. Ano na yun? Gusto nyo yung... Sige na po. In the speaker. Yeah. I'll ask somebody to ano. Get na lang sa taas. Ganda lang natin sa kanya. Sir, here's your bag.
Sige na, sir. We'll make an exception. We'll make an exception.
nagagamit pa sila. Nandito yung ibang bag nila. Kinukuha naman pala. Tandaan. Actually,
Bag doon.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11373. The status of this bill is that it is under the period of sponsorship and debate. And for that purpose, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook to continue his sponsorship of the measure.
Can you move for the Secretary General?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I likewise move that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11373.
House Bill number 11373, an act restructuring the Energy Regulatory Commission, amending sections 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, and 46, and repealing section 42 of Republic Act number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook to continue his sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. I am now ready to answer some questions.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Gladly and clearly in details, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Section 3 of the proposed bill, the Commission, in addition to its yearly appropriation under the GAA, the GAA shall be allowed to use for the following year 50% of its revenues generated from the collection of fees, assessments, licenses, and other charges. It will be utilized in the following manner. A, 10% augment the ERC's capital outlay budget. B, 60% augment the ERC's maintenance and the other MOOE budget. C, 30% augment the ERC's PS budget intended to augment the benefits of the ERC officers, personnel, and staff, except the chair and the members of the commission. Maaari po bang ipaliwanag ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, itong mga ito? On top pa ito sa budget na ilalaan sa ERC under GAA, di ba, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Brosas. Yes, it is on top of the annual budget allocated by the General Appropriations Act to the Energy Regulatory Commission because year in, year out, the GAA allocate only a meager resources or budget to ERC. That's why that tends to cause the pirating of some technical personnel of ERC to other industry players because of the salary issue, as well as they could not hire additional technical personnel like lawyers who will handle various cases filed before the commission. So that is generally causing the delays in the disposition of different petitions, whether CAPEX or rate cases filed with the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang sinabi niyo po ay dahil may meager resources, hindi ko makasya yung GAA na inilalaan, Mr. Speaker. Pero Mr. Speaker, yung sa tanong ko po na why this amount, parang ganon? Bakit ganon yung i-utilize? 10% lang para sa ERC's capital outlay budget, 60% para sa MOOE, and 30% para sa personnel services, Mr. Speaker. Ano ang paliwanag?
Yun na nga, nililimit lang natin doon sa 10%, kaya nilagyan natin ng specific provisions para walang leeway si ERC na anuhan nila, na gagamitin nila kung saan-saan So the reason why we grant this provision for the ERC to have an additional budget in their annual expenditures to solve the problems that they are encountering, as I have stated a while ago. So the committee pinpointed these problems na yung, for example, yung 10%, yung capital outlay, hindi naman masyadong nakakos ng delay yun. Kaya 10% lang. Then yung 60% sa maintenance, kasi magkakaroon sila ng additional equipments, offices, dahil kailangang magdagdag ng tao. For example, in other provisions of this bill, dadagdagan natin ng 4 na commissioners, yung 5 magiging 9, para magkaroon ng 3 divisions. Para yung mga cases na nasa Mindanao, for example, na whether CAPEX or na hindi lalagpas sa 1 billion, sa Mindanao na i-hearing. Yung Visayas, sa Visayas na. Then ang in-bank na lang, yung mga malalaking amount, which is capped at 1 billion or more. So with that, we expect na magkaroon ng additional equipments, additional mga renta or paggawa ba ng opisina. So kaya 60% yung naka-allocate doon. Then 30% doon sa mga augmentation ng personnel services. Yan na yung mga sahod na they will be required to submit to the Office of the President or the DBM yung bagong plantilla nila. Para yung sahod nila ay at par doon sa other power industry players at hindi na sila mapirate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 50%, tama po ba?
50% is more or less 1 billion.
Oh, yes. Yung bakit 1 billion? Yun po yung usually nakita na
Yan po yung
revenue.
average na collection nila sa mga fees, supervision fees, filing fees, sa mga petitions.
I was about to ask that, Mr. Speaker. Magkano yung average revenue ng ERC taon-taon?
Mga more or less 2 billion.
2 billion, Mr.
Oh, 1 billion. So 500 million lang yung
500 million lang kasi 50% no? So kung yung 50% yun yung gagamitin para sa capital outlay, MOOE, tapos yung sa PS ng ERC mismo. So yung
Yes, Mr.
50%
Speaker.
yung utilize. Kung 1 B ang nakukuhang average revenue ng ERC, 500 million yung para doon.
Yung matitira na pwede nilang gamitin to augment yung kanilang budget sa GAA.
Mr. Speaker, ang next ko pong tanong, sa kasalukuyan, saan ba napupunta at anong pinagagamitan ng revenues ng ERC na ito?
It is directly remitted to the National Treasury.
Hindi po natin alam kung ano specifically yung pinaglalaanan para sa ERC. Diretso ba siya for the whole
My apology, Mr. Speaker. Ano po yung tanong?
Kasi National Treasury So sa National Treasury, hindi natin alam kung saan exactly napupunta. Basta isa siyang buong pinapasa natin para na revenue para sa buong government. Ganon yung...
Yes, Mr.
So wala tayong
Speaker.
specific. For example, yung nakolekta na 500 million, let's say, parang ganyan. Sa 500 million na yon, ito yung mga earmark niya na mga pampupuntahan. Meron bang ganoon?
Wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Wholesale siya, diretso, National Treasury.
Yes, part
Wala
of
na
the
National Treasury
government revenue po yan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa Section 3, maaaring nakalagay doon, maaaring i-review at i-revise ng ERC ang allocation for items A and B. Now, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, maaaring malaking paglalaan ng revenue ng ERC ay ang capital outlay. Kasi sabi niya dito, di ba, pwede na i-review at i-revise. So, yung A ay yung capital outlay at yung B ay yung 60% ng MOOE budget. Mr. Speaker, ano-ano itong capital outlay ng ERC na binabanggit dito, Mr. Speaker?
Yan po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Yan po yung nabanggit ko kanina na dahil magdagdag tayo ng mga divisions, maaring renta po yon. Kaya po, binibigyan natin sila ng authority na pwedeng baguhin kasi sa first year, for example, of implementation, hindi magkasya or sobra yung nakalaan sa E and B at kulang yung sa C, pwede nilang ilipat sa C. Kung halimbawa, yung mga personnel, kung halimbawa kukulangin yung budget sa C, tapos malaki naman yung ating expected na amount sa MOA. Halimbawa, makakuha tayo ng mura lang na mga equipment o renta at kinulang yung para sa personnel, so pwede nilang ilipat yon. Kasi kung fix sila, babalik na naman sila sa Kongreso kasi hindi nila magagamit yung sobra sa A and B, for example, kung mangyari yon. So, mayroon din po tayong i-hire na mga technical, mayroong bibilhin na mga technical scientific equipments, no, na gagamitin doon sa different offices na ma-create in addition sa mga opisina ngayon. Laptops, computer, so yung mga ganyan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Tinatanong ko po ito kasi parang bakit kailangan yung A and B, yung capital outlay at MOOE, Mr. Speaker? At ano ang, may ganito na ba tayong karanasan? Kasi I believe, Mr. Speaker, sa DBM, hindi nila pinapayagan yung ganito, no? Na automatic na yung pwede mong pagpalit-palitin ay yung MOOE tsaka yung capital outlay. So parang what is the reason, what is the basis, what is the, ano ang ginamit, no, ng ERC na basihan? Bakit ganito yung gusto na mangyari? Na ang pwedeng mapagpalit-palit ay yung MOOE at saka yung capital outlay, Mr. Speaker. Dahil ba kapag capital outlay, 60% kasi yung MOOE, mas malaki yan di ba? As compared sa capital outlay. Bakit yun yung kailangang i-review, pwedeng pagpalitin, etc.?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yon kasing 60% is more or less 300 million. So kung halimbawa sa first year, nabili na natin yan, tapos kinulang tayo sa letter A. So kasi yung equipment, hindi naman yan magiging yung permanenteng ganyan yung bibilhin natin. Halimbawa, bumili tayo ng mga equipments, no, it will last for some time. So kaya minabuti na natin na bigyan sila ng flexibility na baka kukulangin yung letter A sa preceding year, second year or third year of implementation, hindi na magagamit yung buong budget na 60% sa letter B.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yung question na lang kung bakit capital outlay tsaka MOOE ang pagpapalit-palitin.
Dahil nga doon sa mga bagay na yon, sa umpisa, maaring malaki yung kailangan nating budget sa MOOE dahil mayroon tayong mga additional offices, additional equipment. So, kung kukulangin yung budget sa letter A, dahil capital outlay lang yon, baka it needs augmentation sa second year or third year. So hindi na sila babalik sa Kongreso para magamit yung sobra sa letter B na 60%.
So, parang standby augmentation nyo lang ito in case na hindi nga magamit.
Mukhang tama po yung Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Anyway, pinapayagan po ba ito under the law?
The representative of DBM is present during our deliberation in the Appropriations Committee. Hindi naman po sila nag-o-object sa provision na to.
Wala silang naging reaction doon sa...
Wala naman po. Ang sa kanila lang, yung sa plantilla, kailangan lang i-submit sa kanila din Office of the President. Yun lang po ang comment nila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kailangan ko pong linawin kasi syempre, di ba, parang kung kukwestiyonin din siya later on, paano yun, di ba? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, on my next question, under the proposed amendments in this bill, hindi lang Transco ang pwedeng singilin ng ERC for user fees ng ancillary services, kung hindi pati ang concessionaire nila. Now, sa pagsama sa concessionaire ng Transco sa singil sa user fees for ancillary services, ano po ang magiging epekto nito sa end users, Mr. Speaker? Maaari ba itong maging rason para lalong tumaas ang singil ng kuryente, Mr. Speaker?
Ang kasalukuyang sistema ay hindi naman po nagbago, nilinaw lang natin dito. Sa ancillary naman kasi, electricity is produced by the generating companies. So it is not produced by the NGCP or Transco. Because at present, the owner of our transmission line is the National Transmission Corporation or the government, the Filipino people. However, under EPIRA, its operation is being passed on to a concessionaire. At present, it is the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. So, in the concession agreement, nakalagay po doon na ang mangungontrata ng ancillary ay yung transmission operator. So, ginagawa naman po natin yan ngayon na yung ancillary services ay talagang binabayaran nating lahat yon in a form of part of the transmission charge. So, ganyan lang din, nilagyan natin in case na matapos si NGCP at ma-revert back yung trabaho ni NGCP sa Transco, ay nilagay na natin na yung Transco ay katulad ng NGCP, ipapasa din nila yon. Kasi saan din sila
So
kukuha?
pwede nga, Mr. Speaker, pwedeng tumaas, no?
Kung ang generation cost ay tataas, kagaya ng nangyari ngayon, kung ang planta na nakukontrata as ancillary ay, for example, diesel, kasi wala nang iba, so it will be affected by the prices ng diesel. Kung coal, it will be affected by the changes in prices of coal. So, it could be increased upward or it will be reduced downward depending on the cost of fuel or the technology that the power plant is using, yung power plant na makukontrata under ancillary.
Kaso, Mr. Speaker, yung fuel pataas lang ng pataas, di ba? Hindi naman po mababa. So, parang pataas din ang pataas ang singil niyan kapag kaganon, Mr. Speaker. Taas ng taas yung kuryente. Eh di taas ng taas, kung tataas ang presyo ng fuel, tataas din ang singil sa kuryente. Kasi yun yung sinabi niyo sa ancillary services, Mr.
Yes, because under our existing rules, ancillary is a pass-through charge. So, pinapasa lang yan. Kaya doon sa proposed measure, nilagay na natin na Transco or its concessionaire kasi baka nga maibalik sa Transco yung hindi natin alam, no? Yung susunod na Congress, kung halimbawa they will decide na ibalik sa Transco, kaya balik sa Transco yung paniningil, pangungontrata ng ancillary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun po yung mga crucial na tanong ko kaugnay sa ano eh. Kasi syempre, end users, at the end of the day, di ba, yung epekto nito sa magkokonsumo, yung inaalala din natin, Mr. Speaker. Kung mas mahirapan sila, mas tataas kasi yung singil sa kuryente, di ba, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, yung last, isa po sa bago ko huling tanong. Sa Section 9 po ng proposed bill, nagdagdag ng panibagong seksyon para sa benchmark prices and rates. Nakalagay dito na ERC shall determine the benchmark for the range of prices and rates that are deemed reasonable for both the end users and the operations of generation, transmission, and distribution entities. Now, Mr. Speaker, ibig bang sabihin nito ang ERC ang magtatakda ng minimum at maximum price at rates ng kuryente na susundin ng mga power companies na nagpo-provide ng electricity sa mamamayang Pilipino? And what will be the process or mechanisms for determining that the benchmark prices will be reasonable for both end users and operators?
Sa ngayon, ginagawa yan. Under IPIRA, talagang ERC naman talaga yung nagtatakda ng presyo doon sa mga regulated entities. Ang mga regulated entities natin under IPIRA are the distribution utilities, private or electric cooperatives, and the transmission, yung NGCP. Now, in the case of generation, they are not regulated. Kaya, ang proseso would be the Department of Energy will issue the guidelines or a circular in a form of department circular that will govern the bidding process. Ito yung competitive selection process circular. So, hindi po nagtapos dyan, kahit dumaan na po siya sa competitive selection process, yung kontrata executed between the GENCO and the distribution utility will still be filed jointly with the Energy Regulatory Commission para tingnan kung tama ba yung presyuhan. Now, in the case of benchmarking, this is one way of avoiding delays or fast-tracking the decisions of the ARC. Kung halimbawa, ang isang technology, for example, solar, diesel, coal-fired, pag-aralan ngayon ni ARC, yung presyuhan niya sa world market at yung nakaraan, no? Halimbawa, last 5 years, last 10 years, pag-aralan niya. At kung makita niya na ito yung presyo, no, na karapat-dapat, halimbawa, it will range from 5 pesos to 5 pesos and 40 centavos. They will declare that as benchmark. So, after the competitive selection process sa bidding, kung ang manalo na technology ay halimbawa solar, so the bidder, no, can price that at more or less 5 pesos to 5 pesos and 40 centavos or 4 pesos and 90 centavos or 5 pesos and 10 centavos. So as long as ang sinasabi natin dito hindi lalagpas sa 540 sa maximum, the ERC can immediately dispose that case. Halimbawa, kung magiging 490 lang siya, so mas mababa siya sa benchmark, bakit pa kailangang patagalin yung desisyon? Pero kung lalampas siya sa 540, ay kailangang busisiin yon ng ERC, bakit lumagpas? Ito po yung intent ng provision na to.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, sa kaugnay dun sa benchmarking, no? So sila magtatakda ng maximum. Kasi alam naman natin ngayon, sa kasalukuyan, nagpe-petition ng mga power companies sa ERC for electric rate hike, di ba, Mr. Speaker? So pwede nila yon, i-regulate nila yon kapag ano.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, lahat i-regulate sa distribution at saka sa transmission. Ang hindi lang nila pwedeng i-regulate in the bidding process, yung generation. Pero, dadaan pa rin sila sa scrutiny ng ERC. Kaya nga, to fast-track the process, because the experience now is that, halimbawa, si Meralco, mayroon ng kakulangan na 500 megawatt next year. So, nakalagay na yan sa kanyang PSPP because we are required by the Department of Energy to submit annually our power supply procurement plan. So doon sa power supply procurement plan, nakalagay yung forecast. So yung next year ko ay kukulangin na ako ng 500 mega, magpabid na ako ngayon. So ngayon kung mahaba yung proseso at natapos na yung yung taon na to, tapos dumating na yung 2026, hindi pa na-approve ni ERC dahil sa haba ng proseso, mapilitan si Meralco na bibili sa wholesale electricity spot market, which is sometimes mataas, up to 32 pesos yung secondary cap natin. Ay di lalong magka-problema tayo. Kaya yung benchmark ay nilatag natin dito to avoid that. Anyway, kung mas mahal sila sa benchmark, dadaan sila sa ordinary process of evaluation sa presyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meron kasing qualifier dito, reasonable. So ano yung reasonable? Depende sa study ng ERC.
The reasonable ay kagaya din yan ng list cost na nakalagay sa IPIRA. List cost should not be interpreted as cheap. So, ang ibig sabihin sa list cost ay yung pinakamababa, pinaka-beneficial doon sa entity na nagpabid at the time of the bidding. Yung reasonable ay ano ba yung mga component sa presyo na yan na reasonable, hindi unnecessary cost. Kung halimbawa yung 5 pesos, nilagyan niya dyan na mayroong siyang mga consultant na kinuha just to determine the 5 pesos bago sila makapagbid, palagay ko that is not reasonable cost na idagdag doon sa presyo. So tatanggalin ng ERC yun. So yan ang titingnan nila, yung reasonable cost lang na yung cost ng planta, capital recovery fee ng planta, magkano itinayo yung planta, yung mga ganon lang, yung component lang na talagang ginagamit sa pag-produce ng 1 kilowatt hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yung kaugnay din dyan sa benchmark prices and rates, sabi dito, which shall be regularly updated. Anong regularly updated? Anong ibig sabihin po nito, Mr. Speaker?
That is a protection to the consumers na kahit may pinapayagan na sa measure na to, proposed measure na magtakda ng benchmark yung ERC, kailangan i-review nila yan, no? Sila na ang mag-promulgate ng time frame kung annually ba or every 2 years, kasi nagbabago po. For example, solar, halimbawa 5 pesos ngayon dahil ito yung price, but mabilis po nagbabago yung presyo ng technology pababa in the case of solar. Kaya kailangan po nilang i-review yun para ipababa yung benchmark.
So yung regular na sinasabi dito, tuwing kailan po yan? Walang
It will be determined by the ERC.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last question. We would like to be clarified on the provisional approval for permits and licenses to electric power industry participants that will be considered as an admin matter to be decided upon by the ERC Chair, Section 44D. Ano po itong provisional approval of permits and licenses? Gaano katagal itong provisional permits and licenses? Ibig sabihin ba pwede na silang mag-operate kahit provisional at ERC Chair lang ang mag-a-approve pa, Mr. Chair? Kasi kinaklaro po natin to, no? Kasi if diretso na sa ERC ang pag-aaproba, hindi na ba ito dadaan sa prangkisa sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, lahat po ng mga distribution utilities, including the transmission operator, will get a franchise sa Congress. Ang sinasabi lang na provisional approval sa mga permits ay permits lang, hindi franchise. For example, tatayo yung isang generating company ng planta. That power plant cannot operate without CPCN issued by ERC. Yan po yung tinatawag na permit. Sa ngayon po, kaya po nagkaroon tayo ng yellow alert, red alert, kasi isa sa mga dahilan, hindi maka-operate yung planta na nandyan na dahil nagtagal yung issuance ng permit to operate. So, to avoid that, hindi naman alam ng mga commissioner kung okay na yung planta mag-operate or hindi kasi that is a very technical matter. Hindi na natin idaan sa proseso na mag-hearing pa in bank or division. So, ang mga technical personnel ng ERC, will just determine yung technical capability, technical compliance, standard compliance ng planta. At kung na-determine na nila yon, they can recommend immediately to the chairperson na pwede na itong isyuhan ng permit provisionally. So, they can immediately operate. Pasok na kagad sila sa grid. Maiwasan na natin yung mga brownouts caused by the delay of the power plants to operate na ready na.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ibig sabihin, hindi naman ito isi-circumvent yung usapin na kailangan pa rin kumuha ng prangkisa talaga dito sa Kongreso.
Of course, hindi. Kasi it is only Congress, no? Allowed by our Constitution na mag-issue ng franchise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the last of my question. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Christine Singson Mihan of the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur to introduce her individual amendments.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I propose the following individual amendments on the bill? Number 1, on Section 5, amendment to Section 39 of RA 9136, page 13, lines 31 to 32, put a period after the word retirement, and thereafter delete the phrase under existing laws and be entitled to the same retirement benefits and.
Thank you very much. What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We join the sponsor in accepting the amendments and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The individual amendment is hereby approved. Please proceed.
And on my next amendment, on page 14, lines 1 to 4, delete the phrase privileges provided under RA 8291, otherwise known as the Revised Government Service Insurance Act of 1977, and to delete for the presiding justice and associate justices of the Supreme Court, respectively.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Join the sponsor in accepting the amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The proposed amendment is hereby carried.
And on my last amendment, on Section 13, repealing clause, page 28, lines 8 to 10, after the word board, delete the sentence from Section 28 as amended, and replace it with and Section 42 of RA 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, as amended, are hereby repealed, to read as follows. Section 13, repealing clause, Sections 1 and 2 of Executive Order Number 172, entitled Creating the Energy Regulatory Board, and Section 42 of RA 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, as amended, are hereby repealed.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The individual amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments or further individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11373 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 11373 as amended on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11373 as amended is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11376, and for that purpose, request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11376.
House Bill number 11376, an act providing for a 200 pesos across the board daily increase in the salary rates of employees and workers in the private sector.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza of the TUCP party list to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Daghang salamat, Deputy Speaker. Maraming salamat. We thank you. Today is indeed a historic day for the manggagawang Pilipino, mamumuo na Pilipino. Daghang salamat. Today, I proudly sponsor as a labor leader, lawmaker, House Bill 11376 under Committee Report 1384 as the substitute bill for House Bill 787871, author yours truly by the TUCP party list. For the first time since 36 years, in 1989, we are taking the great leap forward and upward in the House of People, this Congress, under the leadership of our Speaker, Martin Romualdez, to pass the 200 legislated minimum wage. The Philippines demands and deserves a raise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1989, Congress raised the national daily minimum wage by 40% of 89 pesos. The critics warned of economic catastrophe, runaway inflation, and mass layoff. They were wrong, but it also created, and we helped created, the regional wage board system, which for over 3 decades has failed the Filipino workers. Barya-barya lang ang binigay. And their families with almost all minimum wages falling below the poverty line, and even worth far less than it was in 36 years ago. Had wages that kept pace with the rising prices, 89 pesos in 1989 should be worth at least 626 pesos as of today. Yet, how do we expect our kabayan to survive on 105 or 101 pesos in Cebu, 430 in Cotabato, and the unthinkable 361 in Bangsang Moro? The Filipino working family has long been stretching every peso, borrowing even from loan sharks, pawning their ATM cards, yung ATM cards nila, nasanla, making do with less, not because that they are lazy, but because they lack skill or will, but because the system has left them behind. That is why we are here today to fix what is now or has been broken. Mr. Speaker, everything is rising. Pagkain, food prices, utility bills, jeepney, train fares, and even Social Security contributions, while workers' wages remain stagnant. Barely enough to keep them from starvation, desperation. Self-rated poverty now is at the highest over 20 years. These are not mere statistics or just a policy debate. This is a national emergency demanding that the President please certify this bill urgent, that this 200 pesos legislated daily minimum wage hike, so we can pass it right now, not months from now. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, please, our people cannot wait any longer. Mr. Speaker, this is good for our economy. If the Philippines is truly among the fastest growing economies in the Asia Pacific, posting nearly 6% full year growth last year, and outpacing many of our ASEAN neighbors, then it is both an economic and moral imperative to share that prosperity with those who sacrifice their blood, sweat, and tears to make this possible. The working class of this nation. Higher wages fuel more spending, which strengthens the businesses and creates more and better jobs. That is how we build an economy, not from the top down, where the wealth trickles too slowly while the workers are left waiting for far too long from the ground up. Where honest and hard work is rewarded and where growth is shared as the economy moves forward, not just for the few, but for all. My dear colleagues, together, let us make history. Secure this victory for every Filipino worker and their family, because today we are not just the house of the people, but we are the house of workers. 200 peso legislative wage hike, ipasa na, sahod itaas na, ngayon na. Daghang salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 11376.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for 1 minute.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster of creating regional trial courts, I move to accept on third reading House Bills number 11340, 11349, 11350, 11352, and for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11340, 11349, 11350, 11352, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11340, an act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of General Trias, province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 11349, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Quezon, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 11350, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Butuan, province of Agusan del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 11352, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Valenzuela and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14D of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11340, 11349, 11350, and 11352. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernas, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosia, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, De Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, De Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Delmar de los Santos, de Mapora Mohamed Kali, de Mapora City Amina, Janisha, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jerezco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lezetin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Baseda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Bangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanas, Ortega, Oano, Dixon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutorti, Umali, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Bigal, Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yu, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11340, 11349, 11350, and 11352. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Basita, Brosas, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro France, Chua, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Coangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Kali, De Maporo City, Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Go, Ed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gintu, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Lacson, Lizatin, Lee, Lebanon, Luistro, Manuel, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Peña, Pimentel, Pomarin, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulog, Singson, Rochelle, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tiang, Tupas, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill numbers 11340, 11349, 11350, and 11352 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11357, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11357 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11357, an act strengthening the Philippine healthcare system to active efficiency and equity and to improve public health emergency preparedness, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act, LEDAC priority. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11357, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas,
Mr.
Huain,
Speaker,
Bulot Begta.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
my
Boss-
vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
It's noted. Thank you.
Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galios, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Uico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia sa Gabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Cia de Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tan Janko, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Cristantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill 11357 on third reading. Honorable members Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Bosita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Franz, Chua, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Coanco Mark, Colyada, Colantes, Cuba, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, De Mapora Muhammad Kali, De Mapora City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gintu, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Manuel, Barcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Peña, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulog, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Cheng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 191 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 11357 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congresswoman Arlene Brosas to explain her vote.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation vote votes no to House Bill number 11357, which seeks to amend certain provisions of the Republic Act number 11223 or the Universal Health Care Act. Gabriela Women's Party filed House Bill number 408, which seeks to amend certain provisions of the Universal Health Care Act. This representation's version of the amendments removes overseas Filipino workers as direct contributors and only requires that members can enjoy PhilHealth's program if their premium contributions is paid for at least 3 months within 6 months prior to the first day of the member's availment. These proposed amendments were not carried over to the consolidated bill under House Bill number 11357. The removal of overseas Filipino workers as direct contributors lessens their burden to mandatorily pay for PhilHealth premiums. Migrant workers do not really avail of PhilHealth benefits during their stint abroad, as they may have their own healthcare provisions in the country they are working in. Instead, mandatory payment of premium contributions is an added monetary burden to them, as most migrant workers have been forced to work abroad to provide for their families because of lack of viable job options in the Philippines. Every peso counts. The added burden of having to pay for PhilHealth premiums, which they cannot even avail of in their foreign workplace, is an unnecessary expense which many of our migrant workers can barely afford. Meanwhile, while the Universal Healthcare Act states that failure to pay premium does not hinder enjoyment of PhilHealth's program, it also requires employers and self-employed direct contributors to pay all missed premium contributions with interest. This proviso dilutes the essence of enjoyment of PhilHealth's program and limits equitable access to all Filipinos to qualify health care. This proposed amendment is vital to ensure that despite growing cost of goods, the stagnancy of wage increase, as well as the lingering effects of COVID-19 to the economic capacity and personal well-being of Filipino workers, healthcare is accessible to PhilHealth members. Gabriela Women's Party views these proposed amendments as essential to ensuring fairness and availability of PhilHealth benefits for those who need them. With the exclusion of these proposed amendments to the House Bill number 11357, this representation has withdrawn its authorship of the bill and votes a resounding no to the passage of House Bill number 11357.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 10902, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 10902 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 10902, an act declaring the 7th day of November of every year a special national working holiday in commemoration of the establishment of the first Philippine mosque and the introduction of Islam in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 10902. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agrao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendania, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, Divinesia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plito, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Ilogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Iadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Saloimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 10902, Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Bosita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, Divinesia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gintu, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Peña, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 194 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, the chair declares House Bill number 10902 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11204, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules in the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11204 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11204, an act strengthening the Legal Education Board, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7662, otherwise known as the Legal Education Reform Act of 1993, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 11204 on third reading. Honorable members, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, B. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Ventebella, Galios, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Hongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisyasa Gabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tanwatco, Tariela, Yodoro, Teves, Ianco, Ieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11204. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Bosita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Wanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Ataman, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Peña, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulog, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Kieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Balmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Biolago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 195 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 11204 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11229, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11229 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11229, an act allowing the interment of Filipino sports heroes at the libingan ng mga bayani. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11229. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Sendania, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plito, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Iadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 11229, Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Bosita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gintu, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Peña, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richel, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 196 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 11229 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 11286, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for our nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11286 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11286, an act strengthening the administration of excise tax on tobacco products, cigars, cigarettes, heated tobacco products, vapor products, and novel tobacco products, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill 11286, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamarie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Valentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Biolago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill 11286. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Abvincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Bosita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Coanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Pua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Puentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lasatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 11286 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 11317, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11317 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11317, an act providing an additional ground for canceling the certificate of candidacy of a candidate and making the act of a nuisance candidate an election offense, amending sections 69, 261cc, and 264 of Batas Pambansa bilang 881 as amended, otherwise known as the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11317. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, at Sharon, Isidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron, de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernas, Biliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bernardo, Bosita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mar, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gook, Delipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de los Santos, Dimaporo, Mohamed Khalid, Dimaporo City, Amina, Judicial, Domingo Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Green, Casataya, Gato, Goid, Christopher, Go, Mark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Naptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jerez, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Kunghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Macera, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Awang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon,
Mr.
Marcoleta.
Speaker,
Yes.
my
Honorable Manuel.
vote for the House bill is no, and I would like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Masturo, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Omchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Wat Coteriela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Sutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Pilago, Yam Suan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11317. Abalos Abunda, Acop Advincula, Albano Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aquino, Arenas Atayde, Barbers Bautista, Biron, Basita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Coangco Mark, Colado Coliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia de los Santos, de Maporo Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fentebella, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Gintu Gutierrez Hatamanco, Olga Lacson, Lasatin, Lee Lebanon, Luistro Marcoleta Martinez, Mercado Nograles, Juan Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel Pumaren, Puno Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio Rivera, Romero, Romualdo Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon Santos, sa Ulog, Singson Rochelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro Tiangco Tiang, Tupas Unga, Valeriana, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 11317 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congressman Raul Manuel Daniel to explain his vote.
Representative Raul Manuel is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Ang representasyon ng kabataan ay bumoboto ng no sa nabanggit na panukalang batas dahil kung titimbangin po natin, the risks carried by this bill outweigh the benefits. Ang mga kandidato galing sa mas mahihirap na mga pamilya, those who come from less privileged backgrounds, at pati yung mga galing sa relatively less established parties, o kahit yung mga tumatakbong independent, sila, Mr. Speaker, ay disadvantaged na sa napaka-uneven na playing field ng politika at halalan sa ating bansa. Magiging delikado rin kapag papatawan ng mabibigat na mga penalties ang mga kandidato na mababansagan ng COMELEC na mga nuisance candidates. In this upcoming elections, in fact, ay nagkaroon ng ilang mga aberya dahil sa kung paano ba tinuturing ng COMELEC na nuisance ang isang kandidato. Kaya naman, Mr. Speaker, kung sasagutin natin yung tanong, sino ba ang mas dapat na mga i-disqualify sa isang halalan, ay sa totoo lang, mas marami yung mga karapat-dapat na ma-disqualify, bagamat hindi sila napapasama dun sa current na mga pamantayan ng COMELEC sa pagiging nuisance candidate. Nandyan yung mga lumalabag sa karapatang pantao, yung mga mapang-abusong tao o leader ng iba't ibang mga grupo, some even pretending to be leaders of religious groups para gamitin yung kanilang impluensya, hindi para isulong ang karapatan at interes ng ating mga mahihirap na mga kababayan. Also, sino ba yung mga dapat patawan ng mabibigat na mga penalties? Nandyan ang mga kandidatong hindi nagdedeklara ng maayos ng kanilang campaign expenses, yung mga sinasadyang tinatago ang kanilang sources of funding at kung magkano yung natirang nakuha nila mula sa mga donation sa kanilang campaign. Ito yung mga dihamak na mas dapat ay hindi natin hayaan na gamitin ang eleksyon para sa sariling interes. Kaya naman bumoboto tayo ng no sa panukalang batas na magpapataw ng penalties na mabibigat sa mga nuisance candidates at magdadagdag pa ng dagdag na qualification sa kung sino ba yung pwedeng madeklara as such. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker. Salamat.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11337, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to our members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11337 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11337, an act providing for the rights of informal ambulant vendors. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11337. Honorable members, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan,
Mr.
Chato,
Speaker.
Chua.
Yes?
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you very much. It's noted. Please proceed.
Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime Edward Dumarc, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, B. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Desataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Buano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primiciasa Gabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siede Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Aliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Percentel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill 11337. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Coanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Pentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lasatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria, Amparo Maria.
With 196 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 11337 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we acknowledge Congresswoman Arlene Brosas to explain her vote.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is recognized to explain her vote. She has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no to House Bill 11337, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Informal Ambulant Vendors. Mr. Speaker, we are and always have been one for recognizing and providing social protection and support for our ambulant vendors who are rendered most vulnerable due to their informalized status, as well as their limited access to stable livelihood and fundamental social services such as healthcare and education. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay mayroong pagtatangkang makapagbigay ng pagkilala at proteksyon sa ating maliliit na manininda, subalit kalakhan sa mga probisyon at nilalaman nito ay napaka-general and to an extent vague and unsubstantial. First, the bill does not state nor itemize which specific interventions, programs, and safety nets will be accorded to our ambulant vendors. Gayun din, hindi nito nililinaw kung paano ipagkakaloob ang mga ito sa ating maliliit na manininda. Nang tanungin natin sa nakaraang plenaryo kung ano-ano ang mga intervensyong ito, pawang access sa SSS at loans ang naisagot sa atin. Walang konkretong programa para sa proteksyon at suporta para sa maliliit na manininda. Another concern, Mr. Speaker, is the composition of the local interagency council on the on the security and protection of registered informal ambulant vendors. We've raised in the previous session na nakukulangan tayo sa representasyon mula sa mismong apektadong sektor sa ipinapanukalang structure ng konseho. Mayorya sa kanila ay mga otoridad at nasa katungkulan lang din. PNP, LGU officials whom we've seen to be significantly and directly involved in the deliberate displacement of our small-scale vendors throughout the years. At bagaman mayroong probisyon na nagsasabing dalawa o higit pang mga maninindang maaaring umupo sa konseho, we are not satisfied as such remains discretional subject to the decision of our law enforcers and implementers. Mr. Speaker, part and parcel of advocating for the rights of our ambulant vendors is ensuring genuine representation for them and upholding their right to meaningful participation in all decision-making processes, such as determining their designated vending areas. Mr. Speaker, hindi tayo nasasapatan na ang LGU ang susing mapagpasya sa kung saan dadalhin ang ating maliliit na manininda. How do we guarantee that the said places will be conducive for our ambulant vendors? How can we trust that these places are strategic for their livelihoods and accessible to consumers and target populations who benefit from the products they provide? And even though the bill stipulates that no informal ambulant vendors should be arbitrarily demolished or deprived of their vending sites without due process of law, much needs to be said on the safeguards in place for our ambulant vendors. Bagaman tinanggap ang ating mungkahi noong nakaraang plenaryo para sa pagpapaigting ng kanilang proteksyon mula sa violent clearing operations at dispersals, in which we emphasize that the movement of vendors must be done in a humane manner with prior notice and due process and shall not cause unnecessary harm or economic loss to them by preparing a safe and humane relocation area prior to any legal displacement. May mga agam-agam pa rin tayo sa pagsasagawa nito, lalo na ang mga kapulisan at nasa katungkulan ng mga ngasiwa rito. Bukod pa rito, Mr. Speaker, napakaraming mga tanong ang hindi nasasagot ng panukalang batas na ito. Ano ang maaaring mangyari sa mga hindi makakapagrehistro? Papaano matitiyak na hindi magiging sagka o instrumento ang panukalang batas para sa malawakang pagpapaalis at tanggalan ng hanap buhay sa hanay ng maliliit na manininda? With this, Mr. Speaker, this representation is voting no to this measure as it contains a lot of loopholes and fails to sharply articulate the actual demands of our precarious ambulant vendors. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of Committee Report Number 1384 on House Bill Number 11376, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title, House Bill Number 11376.
House Bill Number 11376, an act providing for a 200 pesos across the board daily increase in the salary rates of employees and workers in the private sector.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. There being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed with amendment by substitution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, earlier we distributed to the members copies of the substitute bill to House Bill Number 11376. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 106 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in Committee Report Number 1384 with the contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all the members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to propose individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill Number 11376 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill Number 11376 as amended on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11376 is approved on second reading as amended. Congratulations, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11341, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to our members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11341 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11341, an act strengthening the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, declaring it as the National Polytechnic University and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11341. Honorable members Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duabit, Dohali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Taman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11341. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Coangelica Natasha, Coalizaldi, Coanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Puentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sacarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbango, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 196 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 11341 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on third reading of House Bill number 11355, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11355 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11355, an act enhancing animal industry development and competitiveness, strengthening the Bureau of Animal Industry, and creating for the purpose an Animal Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11355. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Quino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Baliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Berdado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain,
Mr.
Bulutbictang.
Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you very much. That's noted. Please proceed.
Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colata, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, de Yanghirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonia, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goid, Christopher, Go, Mark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Naptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lizatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nagrales, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Seda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sugarbaria, sa Kaluran, Salcera, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Wadko, Toriela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11355. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Coanco, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Cua, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City, Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Ventebella, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angelo, Garcia, Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Tamanco, Olga, Lacson, Lesetin, Lee, Lebanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nagrales, Oano, Dizon, Padiernes, Pimentel, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Boncholo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, sa Ulog, Singson Rochelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Unga, Valeriana, Vilmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 196 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 11355 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we acknowledge Congresswoman Arlene Brosas to explain her vote.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes no to House Bill number 11355 or the Animal Development and Competitiveness Act. Kinikilala ng kinatawan na ito na nais ng panukalang batas na palakasin ang animal development competitiveness ng ating bansa. Ngunit hindi ito nakabalangkas sa pagkakaroon ng food self-sufficiency at food self-reliance ng ating bansa. Sa halip, magpapapasok pa ito ng imported livestock at poultry products na lubhang makakaapekto sa lokal na sektor ng agrikultura. Layunin ng panukalang batas na bumuo ng Animal Competitiveness Enhancement Fund or ANSEF na mayroong annual appropriation na 20 billion pesos. Lahat ng makokolektang taripa mula sa livestock, poultry at dairy products ay automatic na mapupunta sa special account para sa BAI. Maaring maghikayat pa ito ng livestock at poultry imports dahil sa hinahabol na taripa at magkaroon na naman ng pagbaha ng mga imported na livestock at poultry sa ating bansa. Kapag may excess tariff revenue sa 20 billion pesos, saka pa lang makakakuha ng direct financial support programs ang nasa animal industry sector. Parang tulad ng sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund or RCEF sa ilalim ng Rice Liberalization Law na hindi naman napakinabangan ng ating mga magsasaka. Sa Section 8, specifically, allocation and disbursement of the ANSEF, walang porsyento para sa full compensation at indemnification na tinamaan ng African swine flu, foot and mouth disease, bird flu at iba pang sakit at mekanismo. At wala ring mekanismo para tiyakin ito. Sa alokasyon ng ANSEF, 15% ang inilaan para sa credit sa animal industry sector sa halip na direktang production support ang ibigay sa animal industry sector. Dagdag pa utang pa ang ibibigay ng gobyerno. Dagdag pa rito sa ilalim ng Section 5 ng panukalang batas, binanggit dito na presidente ang may otoridad para sa restructure at pag-complete ng staffing pattern ng Bureau of Animal Industry or BAI. Nasa provision nito ang pagkakaroon ng right sizing na pinangangambahan ng representasyong ito. Maaring may matanggal na mga empleyado sa pag-restructure ng BAI. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay maaaring magbigay daan sa pagpasok ng sobra-sobrang imported livestock at poultry products na sa huli ay magpapahirap sa local animal industry sector ng Pilipinas. Kaya naman bumoboto ng no ang Gabriela Women's Party sa House Bill number 11355. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11358. Printed copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11358 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11358, an act providing for a comprehensive fiscal autonomy for the Judiciary, creating for the purpose the Judiciary Trust Fund. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11358. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Beliones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bonggalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Sedanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Colada Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, De Gooc, Delipe, Dalog Dayang Hirang Daza de Jesus, De Venecia Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, Timaporo Mohammed Khalid, Timaporo City Amina, Jonicia Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco Fresnedi Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Heresco, Hataman, Hernandez Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hoon, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani Lara, Lizitin, Lee, Legarda, Libana, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikids, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Owamanal, Olaso, Olivares, Omchuan, Ordanes, Ordega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotas, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Seda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Avilla, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villareza Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yam Suan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Q, Divina Grace, U, Jaisel Victoria, Yula, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Roll call of members in consideration and second reading of House Bill number 11358. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Angcomar, Colara, Coliantes, Cua, Daza de Jesus de Venecia de los Santos, de Maporo Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angelo, Garcia Vincent, Coles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Ataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lizatin Lee, Lebanon, Luis Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Juano Dizon, Pediernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sactalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulog, Sing San Rochelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambot, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tiang, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriana, Vilmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Vildeferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaresa Suarez, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 11358 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11360, printed copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11360 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11360, an act amending sections 144, 145, 147, 263A, and 289 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11360. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosista, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Cleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Uico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sacarbaria, Sakaluruan, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Justin, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11360. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Angelica Natasha, Coalizaldi, Coanco Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimapora Muhammad Khalid, Dimapora City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Ventabella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Ataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Sinson Richel, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 190 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 11360 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize Congresswoman Arlene Brosas to explain her vote.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no to House Bill number 11360, or the bill amending sections 144, 145, 147, and 263A of the National Internal Revenue Code. Under the bill, the rates of tax on tobacco products, heated tobacco products, vapor tobacco will be increased by 2% every even-numbered year effective on January 1, 2026, and 4% every odd-numbered year effective January 1, 2027 until December 31, 2035. This represents a decline in tax rates compared to the existing law, which mandates a fixed annual tax increase of 4%. Reports indicate that this reduction in excise tax rates on tobacco products could result in the government forfeiting over 20 billion pesos in potential revenue. Mr. Speaker, this bill will primarily benefit large tobacco companies while failing to address the persistent problem of illicit tobacco trade. Ang mga malalaking kumpanya ng tobacco ang lubos na makikinabang dito dahil liliit ang tax na kanilang binabayaran. Consequently, lower prices make tobacco products more accessible, potentially increasing consumption and undermining public health efforts. For these reasons, this representation votes no to House Bill number 11360. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 11144 and Senate Bill number 2942, resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro region in Muslim Mindanao. Representative Maximo Dalog Jr., Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, Representative Munir Arbison Jr., Representative or Deputy Speaker Yasser Alonto Balindong, and Representative Mujib S. Hataman.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members of the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6772 and 11357 and Senate Bill number 2620 on the amendments to the Universal Health Care Act. Representative Siriaco Gato Jr., Representative Stella Luz Kimbo, Representative Jude Asidre, Representative Rosana Vergara, Representative Janet Garin, Representative Keith Maika Tan, and Representative Marcelino Libanan.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6452 and Senate Bill number 2893, establishing the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. Representative Siriaco Gato Jr., Representative Carlito Marquez, Representative Joey Salceda, Representative Peter Miguel, Representative Janet Garin, Representative Jude Asidre, and Representative Marcelino Libanan.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11230 and Senate Bill number 2804, providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines. Representative Irwin Tieng, Representative Joey Salceda, Representative Ernesto Dionisio Jr., Representative Isabel Maria Zamora, and Representative Paul Ruiz Daza.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9989, strengthening the Don Honorio Ventura State University by renaming it as the Pampanga State University, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board. Representative Mark Go, Representative Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., Representative Marisa Delmar Magsino.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 428, taking into consideration House Bill number 10015, rationalizing the disposition of the Welfareville property in the city of Mandaluyong. We have been informed that the Committee on Housing and Urban Development and Committee on Natural Resources, sponsors of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, have no objections in the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 428.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 428. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 7764 and Senate Bill number 2900, respectively establishing a special defense economic zone inside the government arsenal defense industrial estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan. We have been informed that the Committees on Economic Affairs and Trade and Industry, sponsors of the House Bill number 7764, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2900. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2900 as an amendment to the House Bill number 7764.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2900 as an amendment to House Bill number 7764. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2900 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 7764. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 10172 and Senate Bill number 2818, respectively strengthening the National Housing Authority. We have been informed that the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, sponsor of House Bill number 10172, as well as the other authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2818. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2818 as an amendment to House Bill number 10172.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2818 as an amendment to House Bill number 10172. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2818 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 10172. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 11186 and Senate Bill number 2906, respectively regulating the practice of the agriculture profession in the Philippines, creating for the purpose of professional regulatory board for agriculturists. We have been informed that the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, sponsor of the House Bill number 11186, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2906. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2906 as an amendment to House Bill number 11186.
There's a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2906 as an amendment to House Bill number 11186. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2906 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 1186. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading of the following House bills. House Bill number 4921, House Bill number 4922, House Bill number 5143, House Bill number 5150, House Bill number 5306, House Bill number 9549, House Bill number 9610, House Bill number 11032, and House Bill number 11316. Mr. Speaker, printed copies of the bills have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Oh, no, here. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills number 4921, 4922, 5143, 5150, 5306, 9549, 9610, 11032, 11316, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 4921, an act reclassifying as agricultural land a parcel of land, the public domain located in Mangabul Reservation, in the municipality of Bayambang, province of Pangasinan, for the purpose of distributing the same to long-term farmers and occupants thereof. House Bill 4922, an act reclassifying as agricultural land a parcel of land of the public domain situated at Lourdes, Alubihid, province of Misamis Oriental, to be utilized as a site of the Science and Technology Park of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. House Bill 5143, an act reclassifying a parcel of land of the public domain located in the municipalities of Dinalupihan and Hermosa, province of Bataan, as agricultural land and open to disposition. House Bill 5150, an act reclassifying a parcel of land of the public domain located in the city of Ozamis, province of Misamis Occidental, as agricultural land and open to disposition. House Bill 5306, an act reclassifying a parcel of land of the public domain located in the municipality of Don Victoriano, province of Misamis Occidental, as agricultural land and open to disposition. House Bill 9549, an act reclassifying as agricultural land a parcel of land of the public domain situated at the city of Lamitan, province of Basilan, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, to be reserved for the exclusive use of the provincial government of Basilan as the site of its government center and housing projects. House Bill 9610, an act declaring as agricultural land certain parcels of land of the public domain located in the city of Naga, province of Cebu, and open to disposition for agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, or other productive purposes. House Bill 11032, an act declaring a parcel of land of the public domain located in the city of Cagayan de Oro as agricultural land and open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, and for other purposes. House Bill 11316, an act declaring a parcel of land in the public domain located in Barangay Itbud in the municipality of Uyugan, province of Batanes as agricultural land and open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, and other productive purposes. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 4921, 4922, 5143, 5150, 5306, 9549, 9610, 11032, 11316. Honorable members, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Huico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisiasa Gabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 4921, 4922, 5143, 5150, 5306, 9549, 9610, 11032, and 11316. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Posita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co-Angelica Natasha, Co-Elizaldi, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Dimapora Muhammad Khalid, Dimapora City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Fariñas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gintu, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co Olga, Lacson, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulug, Singson Richelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tieng, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 191 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill numbers 4921, 4922, 5143, 5150, 5306, 9549, 9610, 11032, and 11316 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster creating local government units, I move for the consideration and third reading of the following House bills. House Bill 8800, House Bill 10216, House Bill 10217, House Bill 10218, House Bill 12019, House Bill 10221, House Bill 10222, and House Bill 10223, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bill numbers 8800, 10216, 10217, 10218, 10219, 10221, 10222, 10223, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8800, an act converting the municipality of Claver in the province of Surigao del Norte into a component city to be known as the City of Claver. House Bill number 10216, an act creating the municipality of Don Mariano Peralta in the province of Davao Occidental. House Bill number 10217, an act merging barangays 9, 10, 11, 16, 18, 25, and 28 in the city of Ormoc, province of Leyte, and constituting them into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay East. House Bill number 10218, an act merging barangays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 15, 17, 23, and 27 in the city of Ormoc, province of Leyte, and constituting them into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay South. House Bill number 10219, an act merging barangays 14, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 26 in the city of Ormoc, province of Leyte, and constituting them into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay West. House Bill number 10221, an act creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Pag-asa in the municipality of Calamansig, province of Sultan Kudarat. House Bill number 10222, an act creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Tigpalas in the municipality of San Miguel, province of Bulacan. House Bill number 10223, an act separating the sitio of New Canaan from Barangay Pag-asa in the municipality of Alabel, province of Sarangani, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay New Canaan. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8800, 10216, 10217, 10218, 10219, 10221, 10222, and 10223. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Pongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Wangko, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko, Wangko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, De Coc, De Lipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Cali, De Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Doabit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espadas, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gardiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goid, Christopher Comar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Napoli, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Cohataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Cohun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoa, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lezitin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay, Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagaloroy, Maceda, Madrono, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Moniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Parino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Omenel, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ardanas, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernas, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plata, Premius, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagurbaria, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salambangon, Salo, Santos, Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angelo Suarez, Taliada, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Wat, Catariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Boy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yu, Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 8800, 10216, 10217, 10218, 10219, 10221, 10222, and 10223. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Wangco Mark, Colara, Coliantes, Cua, Dalza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Cali, De Maporo City, Amina, Duave, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fentebella, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Ataman, Co, Olga, Lacson, Lezitin, Lee, Lebanon, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Juan Odizon, Padiernas, Pimentel, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salimbangon, Santos, Olog, Singson Rochelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tandem Pubut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tiang, Tupas, Unga, Valeriana, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 194 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 8800, 10216, 10221, 10222, and 10223 as having been approved on third reading. And with 190 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 10217, 10218, and 10219 as being approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster basic education institutions, I move for the approval on third reading, omnibus approval on third reading of the following House bills: House Bills 11299, House Bill 11300, House Bill 11301, House Bill 11302, and House Bill 11351. Printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. Including, Mr. Speaker, the bills under the cluster establishing higher educational institutions, namely House Bills 11326, 11342, 11343, 11344, 11346, 11347, and House Bill 11348. Printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and thereafter to hold the roll for nominal voting.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill numbers 11299, 11300, 11301, 11302, 11351, 11326, 11342, 11343, 11344, 11346, 11347, and 11348, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 11299, an act recognizing Singapore School Cebu as an educational institution of international character, granting certain prerogatives conducive to its development and growth. House Bill 11300, an act recognizing Singapore School Clark as an educational institution of international character, granting certain prerogatives conducive to its development and growth. House Bill 11301, an act recognizing Singapore School Manila as an educational institution of international character, granting certain prerogatives conducive to its development and growth. House Bill 11302, an act recognizing Singapore School Manila Green Campus as an educational institution of international character, granting certain prerogatives conducive to its development and growth. House Bill 11351, an act converting the Patag Elementary School in Barangay Patag, Municipality of Irosin, Province of Sorsogon, into an integrated school to be known as a Patag Integrated School and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11326, an act converting the Samar National School of Arts and Trade in the Municipality of Taft, Province of Eastern Samar, into a Polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11342, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the Eastern Samar State University in the city of Borongan, Province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11343, an act strengthening the Mindanao State University system and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11344, an act converting the Davao del Norte State College in Panabo City, Province of Davao del Norte, into a state university and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11346, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the Mindanao State University, General Santos City Campus in General Santos City, Province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11347, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City Campus, Metro Manila, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 11348, an act establishing a College of Medicine in Northern Samar, Mindanao, State University Main Campus in the Municipality of Tandag, Province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11299, 11300, 11301, 11302, 11351, 11326, 11342, 11343, 11344, 11346, 11347, and 11348. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goad Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Huico, Ginto, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Haresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olasco, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Eudoro, Teves, Tiangco, Kieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Cristantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11299, 11300, 11301, 11302, 11351, 11326, 11342,
11342, 11343, 11342, 11343, 11344, 11346, 11347, and 11348. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhayin, Bustas, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Coanco, Mark, Colata, Coliantes, Cua, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Cali, De Maporo City, Amina, Duave, Duterte, Amano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fuentebella, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Atamanco, Olga, Lacson, Dazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Luistro, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Juano, Dizon, Padiernas, Pimentel, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Saktalan, sa Garberia, sa Kaluran, Salcera, Sally, sa Limbangon, Santos, sa Ulog, Sing, Rochelle, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tan Reynolds, Michael Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Teodora, Tiangco, Tiang, Tupas, Ungab, Valeriana, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaresa Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 196 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 11299, 11300, 11301, 11302, and 11343 as having been approved on third reading. And with 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 11351, 11326, 11342, 11344, 11346, 11347, and 11348 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster on renaming of hospitals, I move for the omnibus approval on third reading of House Bills 11327 and 11328, printed copies of which were distributed to the members of the House pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill numbers 11327, 11328, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11327, an act renaming the Abra de Ilog Municipal Hospital in the municipality of Abra de Ilog, province of Occidental Mindoro, to Abra de Ilog Community Hospital. House Bill number 11328, an act renaming the Far North Luzon General Hospital and Training Center in the municipality of Luna, province of Apayao, to Elias K. Bulot Senior General Hospital and Medical Center. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11327 and 11328. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Isidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Orbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beron de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Beron, Bolilia, Pondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Ulit, Pigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mar, Coanco Mar, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Cali, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Neptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Heresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sadi, Lara, Lezitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Lim, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Masada, Madrono, Magsida, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marina Marquez, Martinez, Pastura, Matibag, Madugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Vanisa, Nograles, El Mario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotas, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencha, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salembangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tamunding, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tareliela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraces Juarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Cristantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11327 and 11328. Abalos, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Barbers, Bautista, Biron, Busita, Buhain, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Chua, Co, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Coangco, Mark, Colata, Coliantes, Cua, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Emano, Enverga, Estrella, Farinas, Fernandez, Flores, Fentebella, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Vincent, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Ginto, Gutierrez, Hataman, Co, Olga, Lacson, Lezatin, Lee, Libanan, Luis, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mercado, Nograles, Awano, Dizon, Padiernos, Pimentel, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Santos, Saulog, Singson, Rochelle, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teodoro, Tiangco, Tiang, Tupas, Unga, Valeriana, Valmayor, Velasco, Vergara, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraces Juarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill numbers 11327 and 11328 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we transmit to the Senate all bills approved by the House on third reading by the House pursuant to Section 60 of our rules. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to transmit the House bills approved on third reading today. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution number 2203, and for such purpose may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 2203.
House Resolution number 2203, resolution urging the national government to promote, support, and collaborate with the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance, the Philippine Society for Public Administration, and the Association of Schools of Public Administration in the Philippines in advancing the practice of public administration in the country and in commemorating the Public Administration Week every second week of June.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 2203.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2203. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2203 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution number 2214 in consolidation with House Resolution numbers 2211 and 2212. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution?
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 2214 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2211 and 2212.
House Resolution Number 2214, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Edsel C. Lagman, representative of the 1st Legislative District of Albay during the 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th, and 19th Congresses.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 2214 in consolidation with House Resolution numbers 2211 and 2212.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2214 in consolidation with House Resolutions number 2211 and 2212. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2214 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2211 and 2212 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until tomorrow, Tuesday, February 4, 2025 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is suspended until tomorrow, February 4 at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Hi, hello. Wow, that was a lot. Gosh. Tony Pet, ano, alas dos. Oh,